Good morning to everybody, and welcome to what I hope to be our final council meeting of the year, but we do have a lot to get through. And if there's anything we can't, we might have to schedule an extraordinary or try and bump some things for next year. To formally open our meeting, I will give our council brief. Very party. Ka tuku mātou kia kaha mai ngā māngai kua peri hia mō te kaunihira o te ipu o tika, ki te mahi me te ngāka auaha, me te whakamahi i ngā pūkenga, me te mātauranga i roto i ngā wānanga, me ngā whakataunga, kia ka tūria ai te tahi hapu i māta tikana, e tūkotahi ana kamatu ka haka piki anō i te oranga o tō tātou rohe, ka haka tau anō i ngā take o te rohe i runga i te tika me te whono. We ask that through council discussions and decisions, the representatives we have elected may govern the Whānau district with imagination, skill and wisdom to achieve a fairer and more united community that enhances the well-being of our district and solves the district's problems efficiently and effectively. Amen. I'm not sure, but I don't know if you're probably some as well online. And maybe just note that Councillor Halkia is running a little bit late. We do not have any invitations today, and I just want to acknowledge that we did have a request come through from Michael Bay, but I did try and request Michael, just given the time that we have happy to have you here in our Te Centre today. I know that we're here to support the notice motion team, so just want to acknowledge your presence today and just quickly go away your announcements. Today is Fotu. We're getting into our high engine phase. It's very good. And I'm feeling that this morning. And also just want to acknowledge that Councillor Boyd, after lobbying for 28 months, we're finally here in Taia for a council meeting itself. And I also want to just acknowledge the fact that you have brought in 3 crates of some very young looking, is that corn and rockmelon?
And watermelon.
So,
this is in the country.
You keep treating us like this, then Councillor Boyd might back up with some more. I also just want to acknowledge that this is our last formal ordinary council meeting for the year. And I want to just thank all of you for your mahi throughout this year, elected members, and also acknowledge our communities. Hanapoko has been very busy across the Whānau, and we've had some amazing community Christmas events from the top of our district all the way down to the bottom, and from eastern as well. And we know that we've been having tens of thousands of visitors over the summer period. Acknowledge the fact that we have some big events on as well, airport signing, and finalising that finally is happening tomorrow. We have the Mangaka Gorge opening next week. It's all a fantastic thing for our district, and we know that we have our population swells to over 150,000 people over summer, so we have plenty of money to get. Now today, it's beautiful that it's raining because we need it. Our river levels are starting to reach those flow rates which mean water restrictions for some of our communities. So this rain is a godsend, but we'll be communicating across to our communities what that looks like, and our internal water shortage committee has been stood up and will be tracking that. So communication will be flowing in regards to water, but a reminder to all of our community that over the summer period we often experience potential drought conditions, so keep that in mind. We'll go straight into item 6.1, confirmation of previous minutes, which is on page 12 of your agenda. Moved by Councillor Kelly, seconded by myself. Any commentary from members? Right, we put it to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Those opposed to abstentions, that is carried. Now the other item 8.2 our community board minutes, which can be found on page 437 of our agendas for the September. We pass over to our community boards, starting with our local mayor Te Hiku, Chair Gardner. Great to be here in your local district, and I'll pass over to you to speak to the community.
Just to read funding to the line of process in the harbour. So they're getting into which is currently
one of the fastest growing sports on here.
So that's for you. I just want to thank all my elected members and wish them a Merry Christmas. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions or comments on our Te Hiku Community Board minutes from councillors? We'll move to our Bay of Islands Whangaroa Community Board minutes. And I believe we've got Chair Ward online. Chair Ward, if you'd like to speak to your community board.
Meri karimi to all of you, and I'm sorry I'm not there in person, but I have to head off to Auckland later. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, truly, any questions from councillors on our Bay of Islands Whangaroa We'll pass over to the wonderful Chair Chiki Radkin, who is online to speak to our Kaikohe Hokianga Community Board minutes.
Councillor Foy, that's a real cool gesture. From our community board, Kaikohe Hokianga, just want to highlight the fact that we funded the Opunoni Area School. They've got their 50th Jubilee coming in 2025, and that coincides also with hosting the Te Tai Tokiro Secondary School's Kapahaka event. So it's a huge event that will help out in the Hokianga. So please be able to support that and funding applications. I'll take the rest of my report as read. Just a big mihi to you all over the Christmas period. Tēnā koutou.
Any questions on our comments on our community board minutes? We'll put them to a vote. All in favour say aye. Those opposed to abstentions. That is carried. We'll go to item 5.1 now. Notice of motion. The motion is that, which is on page 6 of your agenda. The motion is that the Far North District Council cancel the fluoridation of Far North waters until local residents on town supply agree to do so. I believe this has been moved by Councillor Haupia and seconded by Councillor Kappa. I will pass over to Councillor Haupia to speak to a motion.
Kia ora tātou, ka mihi ka tātou katoa I hui nei tēnei ata. Yes, I think the motion sort of lays out everything, but and I have to say that I think that the real critical issue is here that given there was such a big debate in 2010, which I still don't have any side on. I have tank water, so I take responsibility for cleaning my own water supplies on my whenua. But that there was such, you know, in Kaitaia, 56% of Kaitaia residents and 67% of Kaikohe locals voted against fluoride. And so my recommendation is that we should conduct a local poll by those who are actually affected by fluoride in the water. It's all very well for everybody to have an opinion, or whether it's informed or uninformed, or, you know, but the thing, you know, it actually impacts on the people who are drinking the water in town, etc. So that's one thing that I think that's something that those who are actually drinking the local water should be the only ones who give a comment or give a vote. The other part was, you know, I have huge respect for Manawa Order and the Pacifica group that are concerned about high dental teeth decay in Māori and Pacifica children and tautoko Aotearoa. And, you know, I'd love to think that there'd be a multi-pronged approach to, you know, to having better equity for all of our kids. And I understand why people think that fluoridating the water will give that instant so-called success, but at the same time, there's also the after effect of if it impacts on someone badly. So I do respect my colleagues, and I'm actually an advisor on the Dental Trust. But I think it's a principle of, you know, asking the local residents. That's two. The other thing is statutory duty to protect public health. So although there are some who say fluoridating is a good, quick, fast fix, and then there's those who say there's a negative impact, you know, I'm a fan of, you know, encouraging the government to do having a multi-pronged approach to better education, better access to dental care. We have 2 dentists in the far north, one at Te Hiku Dental Clinic and one in Taipa. That's it. And so people up here wait for months, if at all, to get in, and if they've got the money, they'll go to whāngarei or kirikiri, and some have resulted to just pulling out their own teeth. So, you know, I'd like to see that I know it's dreamland, but, you know, that there be a multi-approach things, you know, like there was an MP in Parliament that started this campaign where you had to list every single ingredient that goes in your food packets, your drinks, so that everyone was aware of how much sugar and how much phony whatever additives were in it, so you could make an informed choice when you picked up your thing. And then you've got, you know, the high deprivation levels that we have in the far north. And the reality is it's cheaper to buy a bag of twisties than a bag of apples. It's cheaper to buy a fizzy drink than it is to buy milk. I'm a kaiako. I'm a teacher. You know, in our kura we ban certain foods and in our kohanga. But anyhow, I don't want to rave on about that. So those are my main points. I think sugar is the enemy of Māori whānau. And, you know, and that's why I think education is such a huge thing. So I just wanted to pass on some comments that I received over the last week from Mary Byrne from the Free Fluoride Organisation and saying that she wanted to highlight neurological damage of fluoridation if it's an excess amount on some people. And in Florida, it's fluoridation has been stopped because it's considered a public malpractice suit. Deb Rock Evans, I think, is from Bay of Islands. She just said it would be good to work together with Whangarei District Council and Nelson on this. Aisha Anderson from Transition Towns in Whangaroa, who sent support for this motion to be for fluoridation to be cancelled, and Kim, just calls herself Kim F. She says a fluoride reader machine costs $2,000 and we should disclose the hazmat suits that people have to wear when they're handling hydrofluorosilicic acid. So other than that, and of course, until we see the $2.4 million subsidy or whatever money from the Ministry of Health, I don't want to be in their face. I think they had enough grief over COVID, but I just think that, and if there is some sort of legal loophole where the council is not forced or mandated, to fluoridate the waters, we should pick that one up. Wena anō, kia ora tātou.
Kia ora. I'll pass over to Councillor Kape, seconder, to speak to the motion.
Hira harawira, wera tāpene e tautako ana. There were, I suppose for me, primarily is fluoride from the small workshop that we had on Tuesday, Wednesday afternoon. Talked about fluoride in the water and also brushing your teeth. If combined would add value to, but it still came back to those two things. And I think for myself, who grew up on creek water, nothing wrong with my teeth, according to the dentist. Brushing teeth was primary for us. But I think what is missing at the moment is the lack of dental services in our far north areas. And so I support this motion, Pautakaha.
Our Kaitai and Kirikiri water supplies. I just wanted to get Police Chief Executive a legal opinion on the risk to this council should this go ahead. We did get from Councillor Court the legal opinion of Whangarei District Council, who recently voted on this, but I'd just like to hear what that is for the Whangarei District Council. Can I ask Carl Disfield to just give us an update on that? Since we're quite a lot to speak this earlier in the year. I might ask you to protect your voice or come over here just for our live stream if that's helpful, please, Carl.
Yeah, I can project.
All right.
Yes, the directives are valid. They're on the table. There isn't a discretion under those directives to fluoridate. And when I say that, I mean that that directive has consequences if not followed. So we've discussed this before under the Health Act. There are major financial penalties if those directives aren't followed. Recently this week, we've had further assurances that those directives are valid because of the Director General's responsibility to ensure that in making those directives, the New Zealand Bill of Rights was considered. Those considerations have been made, and the Director General of Health has confirmed that those directives to this council, Kirikiri Kaitai, still stand. At this point in time, we're still non-compliant in that the directive was to fluoridate by the 1st of July, 30th of June this year. So as it stands, we are non-compliant. However, the Director General of Health had indicated through its letter to the council when we had pleaded for an extension to further consider the issues that the council brought to my today, that was declined. And in that letter, it was made clear that that this council needed to work with the MOA to progressing this. And if this council showed that it would do that mahi, it would consider extending compliance dates. And at the moment, those compliance dates are closed for March 2026. We haven't had approval or acceptance of those new compliance dates, so that's why I'd say at this point we are not compliant and there are large financial penalties. The organisation is working towards or following the instruction of getting ahead on the work. So the design work is sitting with the MOH and our contractors for sign off. Then we work towards getting a funding agreement in place so that from a financial standpoint, then those two fluoridation directives will be supported, hopefully, as I said, hopefully, by the MOH. So that's the legal position. Ika, is there anything you'd like me to elaborate?
Is there any risk that we bear as elected members, should we vote not to follow this mandate from the Director General for our own positions, or the government imposing a commissioner or anything like that on this council if we were to follow through with this?
There would be. Like I say, could be. You're aware of the personal liabilities that sit with councillors. That is if enforcement action was taken against this council, then there will be, without going into the detail, if this council voted on not following those directives, there will be some financial liability for elected members who decide to go against those directives. Yes. However, that's dependent on enforcement action being taken. There is none at this point. It may trigger Part 6 of the Local Government Act and the decision-making space. But might I propose that the organisation continue to move forward with the design work and the project work, whilst the councillors inquire into evidence-based work that Councillor Harawira is talking about. Perhaps there could be a way we could work that parallel without putting a halt today on things. Just a suggestion, if you wish to apply to it.
Given that, thank you very much, Carla. Given that, I'd like to move an amendment that Council defers this decision to assure that appropriate financial and evidence-based advice, including legal advice, is workshopped with elected members so we can make a sound decision. Seconded by the Deputy Mayor. I'll speak to my amendment. Now, if I'm being honest, should always be honest, so that's just the figure of speech. I do not feel sufficiently, I don't feel comfortable making a decision on this today. And I'll turn to our Chief Executive on this. We had to budget $1.2 million for each scheme in our long-term plan so that it was compliant with the mandate for the 30th of June of this year. We've just heard right now that the Ministry of Health have indicated to us that we won't have to have this online until March 2026. So we will not have any fluoridated water supplies in the far north for all of next calendar year until March 2026. That gives us more time. I don't want to make a decision today without having, and respectfully, I'm grateful for the legal verbal advice we've had today from our legal team, but I want that in writing. I want to understand the implications of this decision in writing. I want to ensure that we've got the financials on the table, because I've also heard at our infrastructure committee meeting that the Ministry of Health have agreed to 100% capital fund this. So we won't need that $2.4 million that we've budgeted for. I want to have, we've never actually had, and I know I appreciate the Deputy Mayor organised for Ministry of Health officials to speak to us yesterday. I didn't have time yesterday to be a part of that or to even watch it back. So I'm a little bit blind. I've had numerous correspondence from people on both sides of the table around the health effects of fluoridation and how it affects your neurology in your body for people who have those sorts of issues. I've also had numerous correspondence from dental nurses and dentists here in the far north saying that if we do fluoridate our water supply, it'll make it easier for them because they won't have as many patients, which I think Gee, why would you say that? Don't you want more patients because you make more money? So there are two sides to every coin. I don't think that we have enough evidence. We have not been given enough information to make a sound decision on this today. I appreciate your push, Councillor Haukiat Harawira, to bring this to the table to make the decision, but I think that we need our council staff to do more work on this, to present it to us in a way that we can make a sound decision on the implications for or against. I also want to look into, and this won't preclude us from speaking with Whangarei District Council around what they're planning to do. It won't preclude us from looking into the a potential poll on Kirikiri and Kaitaia voters at next year's local election, and we know we have to have a poll on Māori boards anyway, so we're already doing it. So there are options to us, but if we make a decision today, those options then shrink. Leaving it open today will give us more time, and we've got time until March 2026 to actually wrap our heads around this, get written legal advice, go through the financial implications, because I don't actually know what the ongoing operational costs of fluoridated supplies look like. I don't know if we've had in writing that the Ministry of Health will fully capital fund this, so we get to take out $2.4 million from our long-term plan, all of that sort of thing. So I am looking for your support that Council defers this decision to ensure that appropriate financial and evidence-based advice, including legal advice, can be workshopped before a decision is made by this Council. Deputy Mayor Shepherd.
Hilda, you've covered off pretty much what I was going to say, but I'll just add that it'll be good to watch what happens with Whangarei District Council. What the director's going to do with them, or the Minister of Local Government. But it will also be helpful to understand that risk around personal liability a bit more. I think everybody's received an invoice from somebody saying that we've breached something. And
$10 quadrillion is the invoice.
I got 5,000. And
why is my bill big?
And I don't want a decision today to hold all the great things we are progressing elsewhere. So I think it really puts the ratepayers, based on the information today, it puts the ratepayers and our council at risk. And I just really don't want to do that without us understanding fully what that looks like.
Would any other member like to speak to the amendment? Councillor Radich and then Councillor Port.
Mayor Moko. Look, I think we need to understand that that this is law by the government. The fluid must be presented in more public to direct, whether we like it or not. And I know where Councillor Hilda is coming from. We say we're going to hook onto the Sweetwater Act, so that's crystal clear water. We have to put fluoride into it, because if we don't, we financially get punished. Simple.
Yeah. Thank you, Councillor Court.
Thank you, Mayor. In 2021, the government passed legislation that transferred the control of water fluoridation from local government to the Director General of Health. Mandate sits at that level. And whether it is comfortable to us or not, we are creatures of legislation. We have no legal grounds to not comply with a directive from the Medical Officer of Health. We are not subject experts on the matter of fluoride, nor are we scientists, and we will not be able to evaluate the information, even if it is supplied to us in any way that I believe is meaningful, insightful, or scientific. I'm also deeply concerned at the risk that this council has taken. Section 43 and Section 47 of the Local Government Act indemnify an elected member if they believe council is about to act unlawfully. I'm signalling now that I'd like minutes to record that I would not be supporting any motion to defer or cancel and I will be asking the minutes record to protect my right pursuant to section 43 and 47 of the Local Government Act that I cannot be held liable for any decision that is made in bad faith, for any decision that is made that was in direct contravention of the law. I do not have an opinion on fluoride. My opinion is solely based on the fact that decision does not sit at this table.
Thank you for that. Would any other members like to speak to the amendment?
Just for the clarity,
Councillor Brewster.
just picking up what Councillor Corder said, I understand it. We are continuing, we're not deferring anything, we make a decision. And so from the ministry's point of view, what we do, we can find that point.
Does someone, can you pull the amendment up on the screen, please? My amendment is not to defer fluoride, it's to defer the motion on the table. So, yeah, based off of that, we continue with our work as is. And then this will be brought back to the table in the new year following appropriate workshopping. And I appreciate what Councillor Court has just shared with us. There are options available to us. I actually share the sentiments that this is outside of our scope and our hands to make a decision on it. But I want to look at what those options are around potential polling, around what whangare is doing, around our budget lines and that sort of thing. So appreciate that what's been shared today. But did that answer your question?
Yeah, it is. So yeah, that's fine. It has, and I agree with you. There's many options for this. And given that we do a poll, it's probably not a big deal to do a poll.
All right, we'll put the amendment to the vote. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
Supported.
Opposed by Councillor Radich and Councillor Court. Any abstentions? Opposed by Councillor Kliskovic. The amendment has been carried. It will now form a, what is it called? Substantive motion that I will move if I could get a seconder.
Aye.
Thank you, Councillor Harawira. We'll vote on the substantive motion. All those in favour say aye. Those opposed? Opposed by Councillor Court and abstention from Councillor Radich. Any online? All right. That has been carried. We'll now move to item 5.2, which is on page 9 of your agenda. A notice of motion. Notice of motion, which I believe has been moved by Councillor Harawira and seconded by Councillor Rakina. The motion is that Council future-proof activity gains made over the last 184 years and in years to come, so that incoming governments cannot undermine local progress and cause unnecessary anxiety amongst 53% of its population. 2, adopt and embrace mutual and beneficial partnerships with Māori that uplift community wellbeing. 3, proactively heed the recommendations of the Waitangi Tribunal findings regarding matters that impact on the territories within Te Taitokiro. 4, return all unused council reserves to mana whenua expeditiously. 5, uphold and maintain former and yet to come iwi settlements. 6, never approve resource consent to walking route on Waihi Tapu. 7, by June 2025, commit formally in the long-term plan to the restoration of Waino rivers and streams. 8, ensure 80% of local procurement in all contracts to sustain Taitokiro business. I'll pass over to Councillor Harawira to speak to her notice of motion.
Kia ora tātai. Ko ngā waka e nei I hoi a mai rā I te nuku o te whenua I Hawaii ki Pāmama o whakawhiti mai rā te moana nui a kiwa Ki ia o te aroa heki nuku heki rangi Ka eke ki runga tai nui te arawa toko maru taki tumu Aotea matatua kura haupohoro uta Nā toki mata paura. Ko ahau tēnei e tu atu nei, he taonga tuku I ono nā tūpuna, he uri no nā waka I hoi a mai I waho, I waho I te moana hoi ara, e hine hoi ara e tama hoi, ia hoi ara. So on page 10 in our puka puka, there's a lovely little picture there that I didn't make up, but has been on Crown documents for a long time. And it has, at the time, a representative of the British Crown and the Māori warrior. So, I just want to say, well, you've read out, the motions have been read out and the rationale. I'll be 70 next year, and most of my young youth has been about advocating for justice for Te Tiriti o Waitangi and recognition of invisible history coming to the fore, like e whakaputanga, and like that Māori only signed the Māori version of Te Tiriti o Waitangi. There was no other version available in the whole of Tai Tukiro. No English version ever surfaced. So, very distressed with this coalition government and the things that I'm here, and I thought I was here just as a Māori voice, because council isn't used to hearing Māori voices. Council hears, some people may be Māori, but it doesn't mean that they advocate for Māori. So I thought I was just here to be a Māori World Councillor, but actually I'm a member of Kāwanatanga. And so I think it's incumbent on every single councillor in this council, the 4 councils in Tai Tukiro, to uphold Te Tiriti o Waitangi, give effect to it, its intent, and all that sort of stuff, as members of local Kāwanatanga. And, you know, I just thought that was our full responsibility, but actually it belongs to everybody. I thought I was just a Māori voice in here, but I'm not. I'm also a local Kāwanatanga voice. And you know that we have better ears to the ground than anybody else. Anyhow, I just want to make sure that, and to know that we are actually the kaitiaki, Māori and all other councillors. We are the kaitiaki of he whakaputanga, which has been buried for many, many years, made invisible. In America, they talk about the Declaration of Independence. Here we have our own Declaration of Sovereignty. It's not taught in mainstream histories. So anyhow, without going on about it, I suppose what I want to do is I am so stressed by what this government has done. People talk about 28 bills being taken backwards or scrapped. It's more than 28 bills. It's more than 28 bills. Here we are, I was a former tumuaki of a kura kaupapa, where Te Reo Māori is an official language, and we have something like 31 years, a third generation of children learning Te Reo Māori, and now there's a backslide on don't have any signs on your bus that say kura, don't have any other signage that, because a few people get upset. When you hop on a plane, what's those planes that go to Dubai? Emirates. They have all these languages. That come up, and I think English is the 5th language. And I think, how come New Zealanders accept that it's okay to hear 5 different languages or 4 different languages before it gets to English, but they get upset when we talk Māori? These are all the little issues. Anyhow, I could go on forever. So what I want us to do is really embody as a council, doesn't matter what central government does, that we protect the Māori, the tikanga and the mana of half of the population of this area. It's not to diminish the relationship with other people, but really just to make people feel that we all belong and we all have rights, we should have equity, etc. And so those are just things that I think that the council, whether Moko Tepania leads this council in the next election or not, whoever the oncoming councillors are, that these are things that we just take on board as part of our DNA, our identity kit, and our responsibilities. And again, this is not to displace other people, but I fear that if this Treaty Principles Bill goes through, you will make some people so hostile. Now, you may think I'm extreme, but I'm pretty mild, truly. I am very mild. I'm very outspoken, but I'm a very mild person. I am really worried that you will push, this government will push people into secession if they don't feel that they're being listened to. And I'm not saying that as a fair tactic, but these are just tikanga, ahuatanga practices that I would like this council to adopt. And hoi nano aku kōrero, and I think for those of you who didn't, the second of the motion was Councillor Rakina, submitted the amended version whenever it was. Tēnā tātou katoa.
I'll pass to Councillor Rakina, and then I actually intend to take the votes on the motion separately. I'll pass to Councillor Rakina, but I'm just going to go.
Okay, kia ora. For those of us who are just reading through this, might be just the public or for our elected members as well, I think when we look at it and we look at it in its different grades, really what it is saying concisely is that we want the Far North District Council and central government to honour te tiriti o Waitangi, to honour he whakaputanga, which was signed, he whakaputanga o ngā rangatiratanga o New Tireni, on the 28th of October 1835 in Waitangi. That was read, it was acknowledged and recognised by the Crown in 1836. Te tiriti o Waitangi, signed 6th of February in Waitangi 1840. When we see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, concisely what it is saying is that we want the Far North District Council to protect and to be able to allow for equitable outcomes for those who were oppressed and continue to be oppressed and colonised for 184 years. And for those of us that are yet to be educated on the background, the true history, the facts of he whakaputanga and te tiriti o Waitangi, then I implore that we all do so, because it is a part of our DNA within Aotearoa, and it makes us very special in this part of the universe. Kia ora.
Kia ora. Now, this motion has a lot to unpack within it. So I'm actually going to, we're going to speak to and vote on the items separately. Now, I've just had a quick chat to legal. When this originally came, this notice of motion, there was grounds under the Local Government Act that to not accept it, but I did accept it to come to the table. I'll look for us to speak to and vote on 1 through to 3 in the first instance, because I believe that these are proactive actions that this council can do, and I've had feedback from staff that there aren't legal implications in what 1 through to 3 are doing, and then from 4 through to 8 we will take separately because we do need staff advice on those. But if I could just please get you, Carla, or staff to just give commentary around the implication that in general of moving a motion that has this much in it, please.
Yeah. This covers a lot of ground. I think, but from a legal standpoint, the elected members are tasked with making decisions on behalf of the district, and those decisions are, depending on the subject matter, will trigger certain steps. So this notice of motion is full of really important subject matter that will trigger the requirement for this council and its significance and engagement policy. And when we're talking about land, reserves, etc., there'll be a requirement to go out to consultation on this type of subject matter. So to make a decision to carry this through without consulting your community or running through the decision-making steps that you are required to do under the local government will create an issue. This fundamental decision-making principles for elected members. And all of these important subject matter will trigger a requirement to speak to your public first and to run it through the district. And as Charlie's just reminded me, we have to provide more information behind each of these points. At the time between now and then, but if you'd like more information, you certainly can present that to you at a later date.
Thank you. Can we get the motion up on screen? Because I intend for us to vote on points 1, 2 and 3 in the first regard, which I will be supporting. And if any member would like to speak specifically to 1, 2 and 3, you can do so now, and then I'll take 4s through to 8 separately. Councillor Restich.
I want to thank Hilda. I think it's great. Intent is great, and I did have some issues further on, but they to do with legal issues. But like the first one, for example, future-proof Taruti gains made over the last 184 years. The question I actually have for many of these is the how. Now, I can tell you the how for the first one. It's something I've been advocating for quite a while. And I think LGNZ is picking up on it, and that is the super local. That is where your community boards, if they were empowered and looking at your communities of interest, that is a way to do it. That no matter what the central government does, cannot affect it. It's going to take time to work through those. I might add the previous Okianga District Council was doing that with its local councils in different towns. There's a fair bit of work that goes into that to see how that does. It means us around the council table would be willing to actually empower the parties to achieve that result. And I can give you a good example. We started that, and that is the roading committee that was set up in Okianga. That's why I supported that. That is empowering groups of people there, and I don't know, I do know actually who's involved, but they specifically involved the roading and how much difference that's actually made and how it's given them a voice, and that now they feel they can listen to. So that's the example of the how. So I agree with one, and I can see how we can do it. Mutual benefits of the partnership. When we look at that, community wellbeing, housing, incentives for health, engagement, sustainability, industries. Yes, sure, great. Some of these things are outside of our wheelhouse, like education. But again, I've pushed, again, a good example of that is community boards. They're under a separate act. They can actually actively engage in all of these, as can the mayor in the advocacy role. But in terms of our staff and what's in our wheelhouse, education is not out that, but we can impact it. We can impact it through the mayor of the jobs and the advocacy, but certainly community boards can do that, and some of our initiatives we can do that. So I agree with that as well. It's going to take a bit of work. And the recommendations for the Waikiki Tribal Phonic, yes, I agree with that as well, and we can apply it. Again, It's going to take some time. So I actually agree. I'm in support of 1, 2, 3. It's going to take a bit of work, and that gives us a bit of focus. So thank you.
Thank you. All right, we're going to vote on 1 through to 3 now. Oh, sorry, Councillor McNally.
The concept of future-proofing to do games, I mean, I'm not sure that that's something we can actually do at this local level. I think we should be debating this with our local MPs. It's a government matter, in my opinion. Number 2, you talk about community wellbeing, housing, health, education, all government. It's social. And then the last one, return all unused council reserves to Mount Whenua. Which whānau hapu iwi are we talking about? Future use by who? Maintained by who? Funded by who? Those are my questions. Did I listen?
All right, Councillor Foy. And we will be voting on points 1 through to 3 for the first instance, and you'll have further opportunity to speak through 4 through to 8 following this.
Sorry, point of clarity, Mr. Chair. Can I speak again? Because we've now separated into...
I don't have my standing orders on me, so yes, I will let you speak again. Councillor Foy.
Just on point 3, I have a part of my question about that. There's no, in the notice of motion, the Waitangi Tribunal findings aren't included in that, so I don't actually know what, I haven't been provided that as an elected member, and no, I haven't been sourced that.
It was on our Te Kuaka committee
for the whole
last year.
Of stage 1 and 2 reports. So because it's not part of the notice of motion here, I'm just highlighting that I don't have all of that information. I'm not saying that elected members may have memorised it themselves, but I personally haven't. So, because it's not part of the notice of motion, I'm not sure what I'm doing. So, not saying that I'm potentially not supportive of that. I'm just saying it's not part of the motion.
Councillor Foy. Councillor Rakina.
I just wanted to highlight the first part that we're voting on, which is point number 1. So it's future-proof. So future-proof, think about that. We're already doing what we're supposed to be doing, what the Crown signed up to in 1840. The reality is that later on, the Crown found out that it actually didn't benefit them, and so it was a stink deal for them. And so that's why everything happened the way that it happened. I'm talking about the Tāhae offender, I'm talking about the oppression, suppression of Māori and our language, our culture, our identity. So we're already doing that. And I keep talking about it within our LTP, the FN 2100 report, the Sections 32 report, and our Te Paiuta, which is actually up for multiple awards. So we are already, if we look at this, we're saying we just want to future-proof it. There's no, it's going to take some time, or we need to go through this and we need to spend this much money. We've already budgeted for it. It's in our LTP. We're talking about it in our annual plan. So when I say look at those 2 words, future-proof, we're just saying that we want to safeguard it just in case central government want to come in. What they're trying to do now is to change everything. Think about it. We've worked so hard to get to a point that we were never at before. Yesterday we had the signing of the MOU agreement. That was actually in process, in design phases, well before my triennium. And it's only taken just over 2 years for us to get that over the line. Why? Because we've heeded to Te Tiriti o Waitangi, and we've honoured Te Tiriti o Waitangi in Hakaputanga, and going out to our hapu, our iwi and our runanga to say that we want to work together, we want to work better together. And looking at this once again, it's saying that we're not just going to do it in this triennium, we're going to do it in 2025 to 2028, 2028 to 2031, and so forth. So there's no, it's going to take some time to make a little Lego block castle out of this kauri. We need to future-proof it. Number 3, proactively heed the recommendations of the Waitangi Tribunal findings and Te Paparahi o Te Raki Stage 1 and 2 reports. Those have come out a long time ago. They are available to the public. There's no secret society about it. This has been an ongoing investigation, and the reports written by academics, the people who know what they're doing, and they're saying by judges, by lawyers. They are not the minority. They are professionals. They are experts in their fields. Now, you don't go out and tell a farmer how to farm their fields. You don't go out and tell Felicity's brother how to grow corn if you're a plumber. And you don't call them the minority, because they are who they are the professionals, they are the experts. And for someone to say that it's just a small group of people who are making up stuff, I strongly oppose those kupu. So just really look at what we have here. I said it before. We put it into a concise whakaaro. What we're saying is just honour the agreement that was signed by the two sovereign nations back in 1840. Kia ora.
Kia ora, we'll put that to the vote. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Opposed. Councillor Court, Councillor Radich, Councillor McNally, Councillor Hoy. Any abstentions? I voted for. Oh, sorry. Did you get that? Yeah, Court Radich. That has passed. Now, I was going to take these separately, but as chair, I'm going to do it all together, just for the sake of time, because it's already been 1 hour and then we're only on our 4th out of 29 reports. And I will allow all members right to re-speak, but I'll give you my reasoning why I'm moving 4s through to 8 together. And this isn't because I'm not against these, but I can't support these today without appropriate information or planning to actually see them through. Number 4, return all unused council reserves to mana whenua expeditiously. We've got what, 820 something reserves. Some of them is a little strip next to a creek. Some of them is a little strip next to a new housing development. Some of them are like Moriwaihi. Some of them are playgrounds. I don't know what ones are unused, what ones are used, what ones are officially used, what ones are unofficially used. I'm not against the sentiments here, and I know that as an example, the Portuguese District Council in the last triennium moved to return all of their reserves to mana whenua in the Portuguese. Beautiful, great. Still open and used by all of the public, but they've returned them to mana whenua. So there's already mahi that's gone in the space to see something like what this motion is recommending us to do. But I can't make that recommendation today without timelines, knowing how, what, when, where, how, and actually going further beyond just unused, but also used as an option as well. For number 5, I just know that we cannot sign up any future councils to a motion like this without knowing what their detail looks like, even though I'm not against what they're saying. Number 6, there's a Resource Management Act that controls what that looks like, and we cannot make that decision at this table. Number 7, if we were to do that, then there's no work that's been put into this for the cost, and that would trigger LTP change. We had a long-term plan workshop where we've agreed where we will be not consulting on next year's annual plan, and will be informing. That will come to us next year, noting that, but that will trigger LTP change. We don't have any time or resource to be able to delve into that, even though I agree and support the sentiment that it's sharing. Number 8, I would love to vote and put number 8 in. We haven't put any time in it. We haven't looked at what that looks like based off our huge contracts that we have right now. I do know statistically, though, that in the previous triennium in 2019, local procurement from the Far North District Council was sitting at 24%, and it's now sitting at 48%. That is fantastic. So 80% is a number that we can go towards, but I without knowing a timeline, without even having all of our contracts on a piece of paper for me to look at, I can't support it in its current form today. So I agree and support the sentiment shared with these, but I cannot bind us to these for legal reasons or without information on a piece of paper for me to read. So I'll be voting down 4 through to 8 for those reasons, not because I don't support the sentiments that are shared. And I'm happy to open the floor to members to speak for or against 4 through to 8. Deputy Administrator.
Thank you, Waiholder. Thank you to you for your courage and willingness today and the idea that you have brought with this resolution. I think number 4, I get where you're coming with that. So I could support it if it was able to be broken down over a timeline, because I've been working with some residents in the district, coupled with iwi, over the last 7 years. And just for them to try, a small group of people to get theirs back takes so much resource within our organisation. And it probably just sounds like bureaucratic rubbish, but it's not. If we do that, we take stuff off other mahi that they're doing. So I think it needs to be broken up a bit like how the reserve management plans are done. Some each year sort of progress towards it. We touched a little yesterday in our workshop in that mahi that Makarena and them are doing. So that's strategy that they're doing in relation to number 7. In relation to number 7 and number 6, and number 5, we're heading down the pathway of addressing 5, 6 and 7. So I'm total for what you're wanting to put across today, but we've got mahi in tranche already that will get us there, just not tomorrow. It will take some time. And yeah, that's this. I don't want to vote against your resolution, Tilda, but I totally for what you're trying to achieve. But the organisation, like Tamati said, we are already doing stuff in our organisation that is getting us to those. The words on that paper just commit too much, too fast. Sorry.
Councillor Floyd.
Thank you for the background that you've given me before. Just in regard to point 4, we've got a number of iwi within our district that haven't had settlement, and as part of that process, the consideration of council reserves being returned to iwi are part of that. For example, here at Whenua and Ngāti Kahu, because they have had settled, there's a number of reserves in Meadow here that would be considered as part of that process, and our council is required to provide that list as well. So just because this isn't being addressed here, it's not saying that it won't be addressed through the processes that central government outlined for local government to undertake. In terms of the central government giving direction to local levels and experts in different fields, central government do give specific direction and legislative requirements to people like farmers, for example, through the National Environmental Stand for Fresh Water or the regional plan that sets out definitions required for farmers and experts in their fields. There's a huge amount of regulation that's pushed on us from central government, and unfortunately, or fortunately, we are in Parliament, we're at local level, we are governed by the acts that central government set out. But that doesn't mean that people here like Hilda can be advocates for things that she believes in. So I really appreciate that she's used her time and her position here to advocate for what she believes in. That's really mana thing. And I think as well that other people like myself, who advocate for farmers, for example, I think that it's great that we all speak up for what we believe in. So don't be disheartened that different aspects here can't be addressed by the council through statute.
Tēnā koe. I've had no further indications to speak, so we'll put items 4 through to 8 to the vote. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Would anyone like it recorded? Or Councillor Court, Councillor Radich, Deputy Mayor Stratford, Councillor Vucic, Mayor Tepania, and yep, we'll get that up, please. DJs. All right, vote by division for points 4 through to 8. I am against Deputy Mayor Stratford.
So can you just clarify the motion?
We're voting on points 4 through to 8 of the notice of motion.
Yeah.
Councillor Hull, never approved.
As it's written here.
As it's written, yeah. Deputy Mayor Stratford, Councillor Gordon, Councillor Foy, Councillor Haukiat Haruida, Councillor Kappa, Councillor Kleskovic, Emara, Naui Karanga kia puti. Councillor McNally, Councillor Radich, Councillor Rakina, Councillor Vucic. That has failed by vote. This is on substantive. Thank you. Kai kauni hira Haukiat Haruida mihi ana ki a koe nau I tonu mai ai tēnei pānui motini ki mo I te arawara o tēnei hakahinenga. Ko si tēnei I ainenga ana ka haere tini tātou I tue hui. O tuku anenga.
Tami kia tātou. At least it's out there in front and you know what's coming. And I don't agree. You could stop the resource consents on Wāhi Tapu straight away, then this council would save so much time and money going through hearings, blah, blah, blah. Anyhow, Ngā
We'll now move to item 7.1, the setting of our 2025 meeting schedule, which is on page 22. Moved by Deputy Mayor Stratford, seconded by myself. Deputy Mayor Stratford.
Thank you. I want to acknowledge how hard it is to align everybody's calendars. I think that I need to highlight some crucial points, starting with March the 11th. It's got Joint Regional Economic Development Committee whatever Thursday. We know what that means. A workshop could be called or a council who we could be called. We've got 2 elected members that are going to be on JRED. So I would like
to remove that reserve date.
Yeah, I think we should to go to July the 29th. Our Te Huia ERC is the same day as Joint Regional Economic Development Committee. That means that Senator and Councillor Vucic won't be able to attend the ERC committee unless they're at separate times of the day, which they may be. So perhaps that could be taken into mind in separate time. And then we've got our Medal Assurance Risk of Finance on September the 16th, which falls on the same day. Is it?
Sorry, Deputy Mayor Stratford.
Am I?
No, you're on the right item. But the JRED and Merrill Forum meetings have been moved to different dates to what's in this calendar to the Friday. Friday the 7th, Friday of March, Friday the 25th of July, and Friday the 26th of September. So what we'll do is, and what is hoha for me, is when staff across organisations are having siloed conversations. They're not talking to Aisha because she sorts all this out for us. So there's those dates, Aisha. If you could just note those. So those clashes have been mitigated that you've just raised.
Between July and September the 16th aren't clashes?
Oh, just JRED clashes you raised are not clashes anymore. Those dates are free.
I believe it's March, 29th of July. So the 16th of March, it's still. And the, so those 2 dates, one main one is September the 16th, where it's got some new middle and got the decommitted, and that's the.
That date has been changed, moved.
What was that?
It's on my emails that only came to me.
That's just recently been moved, so.
That's really, really helpful. I'm rather reading the agenda.
I will share that sentiment back to our Northern Regional Council and Whangarei District Council staff who have made changes without keeping Whangarei District Council staff in the loop.
So for me, as long as those clashes are addressed so that the deputy chair, Semedo Medo, can attend. Cool. That's my rant.
All right, with that, we will put this to the vote. All in favour say aye. Those opposed or abstentions, that is carried. We'll now go to item 7.2 on page 29.
Up to entry.
I don't think we can. I thought about that, but I don't think we'll do that once.
Oh, we right, just carry on.
Okay, we're going to move item 7.2 and 7.3 because they're just standard road closures. And I will move both, and it's seconded by Councillor McNally. Temporary road closures for Waitangi Day and Cruise in the Bays. Councillor McNally, any commentary? No. Any other member? We'll put it to the vote. All in favour say aye. Aye. Those opposed to abstentions. The motion is carried, and we will go to a 5-minute break. I'll be having a 5-minute break every 45 minutes to keep us fresh to get through this, all right? And I'll still go to
Like, was the mouth now?
You don't bring a
Kia ora, if we could resume our live stream. Welcome back. We're going to item 7.4, which is on page 47, and that is the control of earthworks bylaw consultation, which I'll move. If I could get a seconder. Councillor Vucic. Councillor Vucic, any commentary?
Can I see you allowed for either side of the facts of our presentation? It's over in theory. It's going to be over the holiday period before we make it a little short, but we can vary that.
Can we please, Roger? Roger, oh right. I was sort of looking for you, I was like, he's gone. Councillor Vucic just had a query around, and I know that I've got some delegated authority for oral presentations, but when the 4-week period will be for written submissions, and at what point we'll expect to look to those oral presentations.
And what time frame?
He asked if it was going to be over the holiday period. Otherwise, people are in holiday mode. All right, we'll put that to the vote. All in favour say aye. Aye. Those opposed or abstentions, that's carried. We now go to item 7.5, which is on page 63. And that is the 24-27 National Land Transport Plan outcomes. If I could get a mover, please. Councillor Court and the seconder. Councillor Haukia Harawira. Elizabeth, you are not Tanya or Kushla, but will you be speaking to this? Can I give you, and I asked this because I was a little bit confused by it, so I wondered if you could give us 101, something like that, around what we're actually looking at here and voting on before we open up to the question.
What we're looking at is the fact that we had quite a generous LTP, and not all of that was subsidized by one at a time. Leaving us with a local share where decisions need to be made around how we're going to use that funding. What we put forward to you is 2 different programs. One being our continuous work program, which is the first item of the agenda, and the second being everything else that's lumped under low cost, low risk. What we're asking the elected members to do is consider the projects that we put forward for funding, and the options being approve that list as it stands, pick and choose pieces of those, or nothing. If there's specific questions around items in the report, I'm certainly happy to answer those. I understand we may have had a problem with your FNDC. I apologize for that. I think the wrong and voted, but again, I see where it's supposed to be.
Thank you. Councillor Court.
Thank you, Mayor Rocco. If I could just understand some things on the agenda, so I'm really clear on what it is that you're asking for. So option 1, which appears on page 67 of the printed version, is asking for 4 recommendations. So that's unsupervised tree trimming, walking and cycling, road safety promotion, and the pothole prevention fund, which we need to rename because none of us like that day. That's what you're asking for. Am I clear on that?
Thank you, Councillor Court. Yes, so those are all of our continuous programs that we're asking for, as well as if you flip over to the low cost, low risk investment funding, the options that it was a total of 11 recommendations. Option 1, which is part of the motion, contains all of them.
So what I'm not clear on is what's going to happen under table 5. So under table 5, we have some school zone improvements, speed management in relation to the Russell catchment, the footpath program for the community boards, lighting and local safety, and the reversal of the speed limit in the new rule. So are those included, those sums, or are they additional sums you are signalling to us that are not budgeted?
Thank you. So through the chair, all of those are included in the $13 million local share, which is part of the low cost, low risk program, separate from the surplus amount of, I apologize, we're reading back and forth, $6,377,000 that is part of the continuous improvement program. So altogether, between low cost, low risk, and the total continuous program, we're asking council to allocate approximately $20 million into the local share towards these programs.
So we put into our long-term plan a local share amount based on what we asked NZTA for. NZTA didn't give us everything we asked for. So we've got a program of works under our subsidised funding that we contribute a local share to, but we put into LTP to be rated for approximately $20 million worth of money, which we are reallocating across in this paper on page 67, 1 through to 4 for the continuous program funding, and 5 through to 11 for the low cost, low risk. That's right. Oh, sorry.
I didn't find it clear, so I just wanted to ask those questions of clarifications for you.
Councillor Halkian Harawira. Elizabeth, I do have a question, and it's because we happen to have Reef in the room, and it's great to be in Kaitai and great to have you in the room. And moving forward, we have actually requested that our REAP contract is reported back to our Te Koko Infrastructure and Transport Committee monthly meetings, and you'll be very welcome to come along to speak in person to the fantastic, because I am a fanboy, fantastic mahi that you do for road safety education programs across the far north with the 8 community providers that you also work with. That's great. Within this, we have got extra, well not extra because it's already been in the LTP, but we will be moving across $1 million to ensure that we can continue with the same level of programming that we've done under our previous bids, or is it less?
For the chair, you know, with $1 million, it will still be a reduced program. That is still less money than what we planned to deliver in the time period, but it certainly will allow me to go forward.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. We'll go to Councillor Boyd and then Chair Gardner.
I just had a question about this before I speak to it. Do we need to decide on this today? Because this is a huge amount of information and there's a huge number of lines and tables. Yeah, I guess what I was wanting to do is go through it in more detail so that we could have that discussion. For example, I could pull out the traction seals or talk about the safety program that REAP provides. Yes, so that's really.
Through the chair, I think danger in not approving today is that we're already a good portion through the LTP. And we're looking for a guarantee of this funding to be able to implement this project and deliver for the elected members.
So what I take from that response is yes, we could decide at a later time, but ideally the staff, they would like the decision so we can get on with that.
To that point, Elizabeth, can you talk to us about, we actually wanted to do all this work and bidded for NZTA to subsidise it. So you're just picking up that work with 100% local share, but what's the scope of that? Can you talk more to that? To Councillor Foy's point, this isn't stuff that you have just pulled out of a hat. It's stuff that actually was programmed and planned for. We just didn't get subsidy for it. Now we're reallocating.
So through the chair, and I don't know if this needs to ask for this point, every project that's listed here, with the exception of the reversal of speed limit, is programmed into your LTP. That's why we have the surplus local share against it. This is all planned work that we counted on the next 3 years. Some of the items, such as the footpaths for community pools, Farm 3, are drastically reduced because we did not pick up that subsidy. But every project here is a planned project, again, except which is quite a small amount within the overall program.
Councillor Foy.
And thank you for the explanation. I think the point that I'm making is that this is asking us for $20 million. The biggest ticket item, it's a huge amount of money from our local share. This is ratepayers' money. We could pick and choose. We could choose for the $20 million to do all the traction seals, for example, or I'm not sure what it would be. I think what was designed from the start was a work program designed to meet the aspirations in the National Transport Plan. But we fell short of what funding because they got to choose, not us. So what I'm highlighting is that we now could choose. We don't have to do what we'd always planned to do. We can say, hey, we didn't get that funding. Why don't we decide and ask Rob, in our Transport Committee and Councillor McNally here, what actually should the priorities be based on not getting that? Because the goalposts have changed. And we decide where we spend our ratepayers' money, not central government. So yay, we get to decide for one. So what I'm highlighting is I'd like to
Elizabeth workshopped with us, and I apologise if it was, or if it was done when I was overseas.
No. Through the chair, it certainly wasn't workshop reviewed by myself, and I don't believe it came before to cover for a workshop.
What is the risk of us deferring this today? Because to Councillor Foy's point, this is 20 million that we could choose what it goes to, or do we just crack on because it was programmed? I guess what I'm saying is you've got a list that was in our LTP to be subsidised, but obviously we're not doing our full program, so what's not on the list that fell off?
And it'll be very, what I'm trying to highlight is if I moved a motion and said I'd like to move from amendment and spend $6 million on water tabling and $4 million on heavy metalling, and I don't know what.
We could spend all $20 million on sealing my Nennis Road.
So what I'm highlighting is that this is a very strange forum and it's difficult to do that. So I'd like to workshop.
We'll go to Guy, and then I am going to go to Councillor McNally.
So I agree with I think it's very clear that without the subsidies being applied to the original plan, then I think it's obvious we should review priorities and work streams. So my question actually, as per this question, is what is the risk if we just defer this decision and workshop the options and then come back to a council meeting in the new year? Do we delay or interrupt work programs if we get
instructions?
For the chair, the one work program I think that you're going to interrupt is Farm Creek, actually, who's sitting here in the room, who had a program of work they would like to guarantee to their subcontractors. For the others, we have development work in line. However, if the council would like to have that, consider this workshop.
Councillor McNally, then Chair Gardner, then Councillor Busich, then Councillor Deputy Shepherd.
Yeah, there's a couple of questions. What impact on the 3-year funding bid? Because it has if we do nothing right now. This is full. Is it? What's the impact on the 3-year funding bid? We applied for 3 years if we do nothing.
So through the chair, if I understand your question correctly, and perhaps one of my team members from finance can help me here, this is your local share that's sitting there. We have a subsidized package from Gotaki. We've met the local share for that. This is additional funding. What will happen is a number of projects maybe is counting on.
Hang on. This is not additional funding. This is a surplus for funding that didn't get the uptake from Waka Kotahi. We didn't get the subsidy.
Thank you, that's correct.
Okay, so what, the next question, what impact on funding was due to failure to deliver on the prior LTP and the funding of the National Land Transport Plan? We didn't pick it up. I've been chasing carryover projects for a couple of years now, and that's had an impact. I know that we lost money or reduced because we didn't use it. So can you tell me what the impact of this failure to deliver the prior 3 years is on now having a surplus?
To the chair, Councillor McNally, no, I'm sorry, I can't vote that. I don't.
Okay, so then I'll go through these one by one. Item 1, reallocate 54K to match the NZTA operational subsidy. So I'd agree with that. Second one, that the local share remains for walking and cycling and be reallocated. I would say, did we use all of that last year? I don't think so. So it's a no. The road safety promotion, we want REAP to undertake more programs. I'd say yes to that. The surplus local share remains. That's number 4. Each work activity under the R&M activity classes identifies the tables 2 and 3 above to help complete targeted programs. The part that's missing in that is that subsidised if we put that, well, it's 3.6 million there. Does that add to the subsidised project they've got?
That adds to the subsidised project.
So it's just our share to complete work. Number 5, the projects identified in Title 5, I'd say that that's a yes, but that's to enable council to uptake the funding under the additional resilience fund that needed there.
Councillor McNally, if I may.
Hang on, I just want to finish, please.
Rather than us workshopping this today, I would like us to go to a workshop.
I'm not workshopping it, I'm just going to tell you.
I know.
About it. And then we go to number 6, 7, 8, 9 and 10. The key words in there are did not receive NZTA funding. So they eliminate them. And I would suspect that if we held the 20 million of the local share, we might be able to utilise it better on prioritised projects or pick up the subsidy next year.
Tāseo money this year.
Because if we spend that, the multiplier of that is, it's almost 3 times. It's $60 million of work we can do with that 20, roughly. That's my suggestion. Happy for you to workshop it. I've already worked it out.
Yeah. Good.
There you go.
I will be moving an amendment. Okay. Where am I? I'm lost. Check out.
Thank you. So on page 68, which is A, so I picked that one up. So that's 300A. So that's over 3 years. And we still have long-term plan, 150,000. I understand these are the 300K that we're asking here is the total. Okay.
Councillor Research and then Kopa.
Yeah, actually, I wanted to hear from Steve. He's answered most of the questions. As you said, if it multiplies 3 times, we don't have to spend the local share. It would actually save on our rates and it would potentially set us up. But I do agree there's some of these things I'd like to see happen, so maybe let's go to the workshop. Correction. When you write, like number 2, when you write 1,026 million, that's 1.02 billion. Is that a deliberate mistake? Anyway, that's aside.
Deputy Minister.
So I agree with Steve. We need to spots on. And I just want to highlight that although we haven't had a workshop on this, last term we had a workshop on it and the report that came was a shambles. The decisions we made didn't really, like we took money from that buckets. We took money from places that we shouldn't have with our local share. and Felicity's will be confused. But we did. We reaped the negativity of that later. So I remember Rob talking about the way that this local share would be allocated would be to the stuff that needs to be addressed. And Rob knows what he's doing, and so does Elizabeth. So, and there's contracts in the balance that are waiting. If we delay this to next year, that's more work for us to do next year, more work for our staff as well. And the way that the tables are presented, like we know what wasn't approved by what the table can see it in those schedules, and we just don't have the money to address some of those big ticket items anyway. So we need to just eat the elephant one bite at a time, and I see us doing this. But if we kick the can down the road on this, it's just wasting everyone's time, wasting the contractors that are waiting in the wings to deliver projects. They might not be working over Christmas, but they could program some work and allocate tasks. I won't be supporting leaving this slide on the table or workshopping it because people don't even come to the workshops, quite frankly. The information is in this report. Let's just get it done.
I'm going to go to who I thought was meant to be on annual leave today, but we've got Group Manager Proctor online, and then we'll go to Councillor Court.
The next council meeting is not until February. If we get an approval in February, then start planning the works, winter's kicking in. So we can workshop some of the finer details, prioritise, reprioritise, but we would like to press on with some work and get some of that work done in the district, money spent and contractors prepped.
Speak twice. I did not anticipate an amendment. My concern is that everything that's in here, we've consulted on via our long-term plan. Everything that's in here was consulted on via the regional land transport plan. Well, don't ask me to repeat it.
You might have swayed some votes with that. That looks really good. Can we just check that we've got our online is back in? Apologies for the interruption, but we're back in action with audio, and I'll pass back to you.
Thank you. Everything that is in item 7.5 was consulted on with the public via our long-term plan. So there have been a lot of submissions in support of road safety, walking, cycling and local road improvements. Concurrently, everything that is in here was consulted on by the regional land transport plan. If NZTA had the money, they would have met our funding request. They didn't have enough money in the bucket across the country. So every regional land transport plan got moderated down to the bucket. I think it is a red herring to suggest that if we took this money, we could leverage it 3 times by going back to NZTA and they're going to give us the money. I'd like to think that would be true, and if I really believe that with all of my heart, I'd be backing Councillor McNally. But I don't believe that for 1 second. I think there is a risk here that we're going to miss our construction window, that we are going to fail to deliver on our long-term plan. And because of the quantum of the sum involved, it would be good to get some feedback from the staff whether this would trigger significance and engagement, in which case it's not just a workshop, it's a whole reconsult and an amendment. So this is local share, there's no NZTA money in here. So I just want to be the caution, the voice of caution in the room, that I understand what Councillor Boy is trying to achieve here, but I think it's really, really risky for us to suddenly just say, well, hey, we've got this lorry scramble here and we can reallocate all this money. We don't know if it's deliverable. We haven't heard from Rob or Tanya's team whether they need any more money for traction seals or whether they need more money for heavy metalling.
Yeah.
So, well, I'm sorry, but I'm not prepared to take your word for it. I want to hear from the staff, and I'd like a considered staff report to go alongside that. I'll stop at that point.
Thank you. I allowed Councillor Court to speak twice, so I'll go back to Councillor Boy.
Are you going to move an amendment?
No.
Okay. I'll move an amendment.
All right. And your amendment is?
That we can I take 5 minutes to discuss it? It will affect the staff, and I do agree, and I need to check with the staff as well about who's for 3 years. This is a 3-year program. Tanya just talked about just this year. So what they're asking us today is approve 3 years of funding. When actually she's only worried about the summer of work, and that it's given out of context. We've been asked to.
We will. What's that thing called where you pause everything? We will adjourn for 5 minutes.
Alrighty, you mate.
And we're back. If we could resume our live stream, please. Thank you, Harley, and welcome back to our meeting. We're on item 7.5, our National Land Transport Outcomes paper, and I will be passing over to Councillor Foy to move her amendment.
So my amendment is that option 1, all the recommendations, but I'm going to change that to approve 1, 3, 4, 5 and 6 of option 1. 1, 3, 4, 5, 6 of the of option 1 listed in the report.
Not 8.
Just need more information.
And that a workshop be undertaken for the balance.
Gigi, did you get that ready?
So just to clarify, one is the tree trimming. It'd be great to get done in the summer. 3 is REAP, so I move in a motion to approve the road safety program. 4 is the pothole prevention. 5 is the additional resilience funds, so that's really important to get that done. And number 6 is the school zones.
So we don't have a choice.
So this will allow clarity on those matters for allocating their budget. But what I'm trying to highlight here is that we've been asked for a 3-year work program today. We have not been given the details about what we've been asked to spend on. Yes, the staff have given enough a previous list, but now the goalposts have changed. And it's our decision as elected members. And for example, Councillor Radish, he might think that our metal roads need to have more attention and funding, or I might say water tables need to have more investment to get done over summer.
Imagine putting all 20 mil to road safety.
Stop teasing them. I'll second it.
We'll go to Councillor McNally.
So just to certainly finish, I'd just like to highlight we probably need to have a workshop and a council meeting early on this, so that as early as possible, so that we allow the construction season to happen. And I'm happy to have an extraordinary. I'm not sure about other election units or people now.
Councillor McNally speaking to the amendment.
I support progressing those ones that have been mentioned there, and we just need more information on the balance, in my opinion.
Thank you. Happy to open the floor up for the amendment.
Steve's supporting it, I'm supporting it.
If Steve jumps off the cliff, are you going to jump off?
Come with me.
Any other members? I am confused. Like today, so Elizabeth, under this amendment proposal, we are going to put on hold our community board footpaths program because that was 0% subsidy. But is that actually going to affect any physical work that's happening or planning that's happening? It will. Can you speak to that?
Through the chair, the community boards did a program for the next 3 years already. None of that work has started. Some of it was designed in the last LTP, but no construction contract has been let. And it's going to be a significantly reduced program based on what's in this paper, subject to the contract that. However, for the footpath renewals, which is item number 2 under 15. That's the like pitch on the road where we have footpath failing completely blocked. We're taking it with the traffic to put pedestrians on.
Isn't that under construction?
No, it's only under temporary traffic management. The renewals aren't a pick and choose project. It's based on a condition assessment. The worst footpath goes first, and on down the list. So it's just helping everyone.
Thank you for that, Elizabeth. Councillor Paul.
I appreciate what my colleagues are trying to do. I can't support that amendment because what they're in essence saying is that roads assume an elevated mantle over all of the other modal choice that sits in the transport portfolio. Footpaths are incredibly important to our elderly, our disabled and our children. Street lighting is incredibly important in regard to road safety. Speed management. We have consulted with the community of Russell on an amended speed management plan. In essence, what we're saying is we're not going to put the money aside to deliver on that, although that may be an outcome of the workshop. And we are legally required to reverse the previously implemented speed limit under the new speed limit rules. I'm not qualified to decide what roads need traction seal or heavy metalling or what roads need culverts. I rely on the staff to come to us with a detailed work plan that is supported by the activity management plan and is submitted into NZTA for funding. They did that. All the feedback through my portfolio by Tanya and Rob is we have sufficient money now to address the deficit in our network. So when we're sitting here making value judgments that roads matter more than footpaths and the needs of our elderly, our disabled and our children, I have very real concern with where the amended motion is going. I'll close.
Thank you. And unfortunately, our government did make that value decision and said that roads do matter more than all of those other things you've just mentioned, because the little hooers didn't fund us for it, did they? So I'll go back to Councillor Boyd for a right of reply here.
Yes, just in response and in closing, I just want to highlight that I'm not saying that we're not going to do those things. All I'm saying is we haven't had the discussion and that frustrates me. I thought that we were the decision makers. I thought that us as elected members were here to decide. What this is showing is that we've been asked to rubber stamp a list that was written for someone else's criteria. Our criteria as elected members and council that represent your community may be different. I'm not telling us to pick roads. I'm not telling us to pick different items. I'm telling us to pick the budgets that align with the outcomes that we want for our communities. So please support the proposed amendment, including a workshop to discuss what those priorities are for your community that you represent.
Thank you. We'll go to a vote by division. Deputy Mayor Stratford.
Aye.
Councillor Court. Councillor Foy.
Favour.
Councillor Hakia Haruira.
Aye.
Councillor Kappa. Councillor Kleskovic. He's against. Nah, I saw you say aye. Councillor McNally. Councillor Radic. Councillor Rakina. Councillor Vucic. And I am against. It has been carried. It will now form a part of a substantive motion, which I will move, and I need a seconder. Councillor Boyd was doing the pūkana to me. We'll put that to a vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those opposed? Councillor Court opposed. Abstentions? That is carried. We will now move to item 7.6. Oh, hey. Sorry. Congratulations, Rick. Jody, David, keep up the good way. We'll now go to item 7.6, which is on page 84. It's been moved by Councillor Vucic and what page?
You're up, Tree. I'll move
IQP.
7C.
Oh, yes. It's been moved by Councillor Vucic and seconded by Councillor Deputy Stratford. And we'll go to Councillor Vucic.
I think it's very straightforward. I take it as being read.
We did this.
Save money. We did that.
Deputy Stratford.
Yeah, this is the rubber stamp post submissions being done. I'm happy with the resolution and it stands on the street if anything needs to be done.
Nothing to add. There's very much a finalising process and getting your rubber stamp. With that, we'll put it to a vote. All in favour say aye. Aye. Those opposed to extensions, that is carried. We now go to page 104 for the development of a local alcohol policy, and I will let Deputy Stratford move this one. I suppose. I was going to jump in there right now. If I could get a seconder. And we'll pass over to Deputy Stratford.
Right. I'll save my auditor for the end.
All right, we'll go to Councillor Vucic.
Nothing really to add. I've taken as read. If we look at, just one thing. If we look at one of the maps which shows just where the hospital administration.
Councillor Vucic, if you could speak up.
So page 219, thereabouts, you just see that we need an alcohol policy, and the harms that being done in some activities. So I support it.
Thank you. Any other members? I know that Auckland Council's been in the paper because their local alcohol policy is now in action. And if you want to buy booze, you've got to do it before 9 p.m. and there's better restrictions, but it's evidence-based is what I've loved reading. Yeah. Between the lines and everything is that social good rather than social harm that's going to come out of their policy. So I say, I'm in support of this and say we crack on. With that, we'll put it to a vote. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed to abstention. That is carried.
Hey.
We'll now go to item. When we had this many papers on the agenda, we're like, what can we bump? The land. And Deputy Stratford, you should have seen a sheep reading wire. So let's go to page 275. And that is the postal policy. And the recommendation after that workshop in our last council meeting is for us to acknowledge that there are no residential properties in the far north that meet our criteria and that we do not adopt the proposed policy because we do not need it. Now the work has been done. I will move to second that. Thank you, Councillor Court. Councillor Court.
No, I think the report's excellent.
Anyone else? Deputy Commissioner.
The concern that I have is highlighted by one of the submitters. Our criteria is different to the other regions that have the postal policy. So it has meant that the classification of properties across the country is not consistent. So, yeah, I am going to vote against this today. I don't think I'm going to be able to convince my colleagues to amend the policy, amend the resolution, because I believe there is a drive within our organisation to not be part of postal because of the amount of ratepayer funding that it would be. Like we're looking at between $500,000 and $1 million, and it's really unfortunate that we've got a property that is impacted under the criteria from other regions, but the criteria that we've set excludes them. So I'm going to vote against this, and I guess I feel really sick about where this has landed.
Good, thank you for giving me a shout. Councillor McNally.
Yeah, I was surprised there's nothing identified. It's back in the late 80s, but there was a decent flood there. The areas where Whirinaki, Waima, Hauriki, Kaio, Pangaru, Whangapai, Tauranga, and then there's other places around Awanui. But those, particularly Whirinaki, Waima, Pangaru, Tauranga, and Hauriki, there were a lot of houses lifted at that time above the highest flood level. And there was one curious old lady, she's long gone now, but out of Pangaru. And when I went to visit her house, how high was the flood? And she had marks on the door jamb, which I thought would be the kids, grandkids. One of the grandkids was there, and he said, "Oh, I'm not sure." And it all had dates on them, and some of them were over my shoulder height. So, you know, there are properties. I'm just surprised that we don't think there's anything affected. And there is that one chap that Deputy Mayor's referred to that is affected. I'll be voting against.
Thank you. We'll put that to the vote. In favour, say aye. Vote by division. Call fire.
Okay.
Councillor Court.
Four.
Councillor Boyd.
4.
Councillor Haukiat Harawira.
4.
Councillor Kappa. Councillor Kleskovic. Councillor McNally. Councillor Radic. Councillor Rakinen. Councillor Lucic. And I'm in favour. That has carried. We will now go to item 7.1 on page 286, appointment to external organisations. The recommendation is that we appoint Councillor Rakina to Kaikohe and District Sports Board, as Councillor Lucic has stepped down from that. B, the Local Marketing Trust, which came to us through the long-term plan submission period and also did a deputation to us on the work we've been doing, have requested that we have Eva on their trust to be a better link in for our two organisations. So there's a gap there for a name. Or we go back to the say the list of names. You'd like to be considered, Councillor Kappa? Councillor Kappa's name will be pulled in.
Should be someone close.
And C, and we're just going to, I am offering myself up as a tribute for as an alternate to the J-Red. And that is because now that J-Red is aligned with Northern Mayoral Forum, I will be able to attend.
Kia ora, Kaita. Can I suggest that for B, that there be an alternate as well? Because we have it for quite a few committees, and I'm just mindful that Councillor Kappa has huge commitments to a lot of other committees.
And you're putting your hand up?
And I will.
You're there.
I would.
Actually, we're going to reword that to be that councillors Kappa and Rakina are liaisons for the Local Marketing Trust. It's not a. What am I? Yeah. And C, I've put myself up there unless Councillor Boyd, sorry, you had your hand up.
I was just asking if we don't want to be doing one of the appointments and want to do another appointment, when would that discussion time be at this meeting?
This one is on me because I have had it as a bookmark for us to have our conversation with Aisha along around our roles, and then I blinked and it was the end of the year and we didn't have that, but we have brought this one to the table. So if you'd like to use this paper as the opportunity to do so.
Yes, I just wanted to highlight as well that the list of councillors that are on community boards isn't put in here as well, because that's quite a workload to go to all of those meetings, etc. But the creative communities funding, a lot of those meetings are at similar times to other aspects, and I'm already also one of the commissioners on the district plan. We've previously seen the timeline for that. So I just wanted to highlight, I wanted to withdraw from the Creative Communities meeting because I don't think that, and also their meetings a lot are held online, but most of them are based in Southern Area. I think it's Mr. Wally Hicks, the chair. And the NRC Awanoi working group, I'm happy to be a second person on that as well. That's usually based here in Qatar.
Thank you. Councillor Foy. So, Councillor Rakina, are you happy to be the lead appointment for Creative Communities?
Yes, I am, Sir Chair.
I'll just, before we go to you, we're just going to fill in those gaps for our motion. Councillor Rakina will now be the lead appointment for the Creative Communities Funding Assessment Committee. Is there anyone who'd like to be an alternate? To be honest, I don't think we've got many meetings between now and then.
I've got one more next week for Creative Communities.
There'll only be 2 in the year. You're right. Here we go. And Councillor Foy, we're adding as an alternate to the NRC Awanoi River Working Group.
Yes.
And we'll go to you, Councillor Rakina.
In addition to Councillor Foy's kuru, I just want to, I don't go to Specsavers, so I might be missing it, but just the addition to the table for the North Hokianga Voting Committee.
Oh, these are external appointments, so any internal appointments?
Portfolio as well.
Or any of our own portfolios, any of our own committees, any of our own community boards, any of our own working groups or steering groups. They've been omitted in their entirety from this. This is only external organisations that we represent our council.
Okay, so that doesn't include the comms and engagement portfolios as well?
We do.
Okay, Kapoi. Well, on the back of that, because I'm on our council website and I'm pretty sure that I sent through some comms quite a few months ago for that to be added alongside our elected members reports that get updated on the FNDC website. So if we can have those elected members' responsibilities added to the website, that would be great as well.
Thank you, Councillor Rakina. Following this, we will have to update that, but if you could put it as a note so I can read it on the minutes next in February, and I'll check the website and make sure. All right, if we can just pull up the question after we go to Ms. Stratford.
Looking now that the Northern Civil Defence is missing from that table too, meeting, and also NRC plus really the notable.
Yes, you are correct.
And on the what was the ultimate?
Can we note that there are omissions from external appointment omissions? It's missing Roading Controlling Authority.
The controlling authority forum is in there, but I know that others that asked, but I wasn't sure that we're only like 10 months out the end of that triennium, but just for the lady, freight group, also road safety.
What we'll do is we'll fix that up when it goes onto our website. With that, I'll move, and I need a seconder for that. So we have got. Sorry, can I just have a look at what we're doing? There we go. We've added a D and an E, and we'll put that to the vote. All in favour say aye. Those opposed, abstentions. That is carried. We'll now go to item 6.
Ask a question.
Yes, you may.
Is the place called Kaikohe Sportsville or Pa Hawaii?
The stadium is called Papa Hawaii. The organisation that runs all of Lynn Park, including Papa Hawaii, is Kaikohe District Sports.
Okay. Sounds so Superman says that.
We will go to item 7.10, which is on page 290, and that is progressing the multi-agency joint emergency coordination centre. If I could get a mover, Deputy Mayor Stratford, and a seconder, myself, Deputy Mayor Stratford. Can't remember what it's called. I'm going to wait and listen to Kelly as well. Anyone else? Councillor Boyd.
I had a question about the budgets and then also asking why it had to be in Whangarei. So the budget here we've got for us is 500,000, and then if you look at the page as part of 314, it shows the site there that's proposed. I just wanted to get some background information on that. Seeing as Kelly didn't speak to it, maybe a staff member or someone that's got the background as to why it's there.
I can give you some. So this went through our previous long-term plan. Civil defence at a regional level is coordinated in the city. Both Whangarei District Council and Northern Regional Council are in the tsunami zone of the Whangarei City Centre. And so any regional civil defence events have currently been operated out of what is a shed at the Whangarei Fire Station, and it's like a tiny little room that we try and coordinate all of our agencies out of. This was put into our last lot of LTPs to be funded to get a proper multi-agency coordination centre. From all of our councils putting that money in, so we're not relitigating that today, we managed to get Minister Mitchell to agree to a funding shortfall. And this report today is just dotting the I's and crossing the T's and getting a report back from Ruben on what is actually happening and the agreement that we will officially sign to set it.
So my second part of that question, give a great comprehensive answer about the first part about the funding, is why Whangarei?
Northern Regional Council is based out of Whangarei, and they coordinate civil defence for our region on behalf of the whole region. And FENS have got the available whenua to build the multi-agency coordination centre out of.
If we said, well, why don't we have it in Kaitai and we'll give you a hall, the rationale for the location is that you utilise an existing infrastructure from FENS and all of the main office for Northern Regional Council is there.
So under the model, we are always going to be a hub. So hub and spoke model, but the central coordination has to happen in the city because the city is the headquarters for our district health board who feed into this, for the defence force who feed into this, for fire and emergency who feed into this, for St John who feed into this. Who else are on our boards?
Police.
Police headquarters. So all of those actual physical people are all based in Whangarei City, so the coordination centre is based in Whangarei City. I would love to have it here in Kaitai and for all of the headquarters to be based up here, but it's based in the city.
Kaitai was the name.
I could have tricked that staff member could have asked all that. Kaitai is going to have its own local centre at the airport. After the lease is sorted and everything, a coordinating site will be out of Kaitai Airport. Lockwood did a fabulous job of explaining the work that's already been done for the Lockheed Coordination Centre in Whangarei. What else do I need to say about that?
Magic.
You did a great job.
No, that's what acronym is.
Oh, is it? Magic. Yeah, so it was identified in a number of reviews over the last 7 years as the number one thing that our region could do to ensure operational readiness and ability to respond to future events. And that was on the back of a number of other large scale events that we've seen, like droughts coordinated out of Whangarei, even though Kaitai was, significantly hit. The office of Graham that is our lead manager of CD is in Whangarei. And he coordinates with our site in Kaitaia and in Kaiwhaki. Every time there's an event, we stand up if we need to.
With DPMC and Wellington.
Yeah, and then we're supported by NEMA in Wellington. So we're building it on the Fens land in central Whangarei, which is up high. You might have seen those really old buildings up behind the court. Yeah, so it's going on Whenua there, so a bit out of the tsunami. So the project was committed to in the last LTP, so we're not relitigating where it's going, we're just focused on the heads of agreement, which has taken a long time to get to this point of signing. And yeah, it's had investment from government at 1.37 million. But there will be ongoing costs, and it's really important that a local authority does continue to commit to civil defence, even though it is mostly managed at a regional level. We have to stay invested so that our staff, you know, are always like Charlie, checking what that money is being spent on. Are we actually getting back for buck? And we have staff that based up here in Kaitaia. I'm not sure if you've met the new lady. I can't remember her name, but I'll find it and tell you, because Hildy, you probably know her. And then Bill also around our district as well. But they go to report in one day and then, you know, do community and life response planning, support people with just getting the mahi done out there. I'm rambling now.
Thank you, Kōwhai. You read my mind. And Group Manager Garcia was nodding his head throughout all of that. So if you want to know more at lunchtime, you talk to our amazing Kōwhai, who is the chair of our Civil Defence Regional Committee. But we'll put it to a vote. All in favour say aye. Aye. Those opposed to abstentions, that is carried. Now, I'm going to try zoom through a few more, but then we are going to have a significant break for lunchtime. So we'll go to 7.11 on page 385. And that has been moved by Councillor Ford and seconded by Councillor Deputy Shepherd. Now, I just want to highlight that if you two both agree, it says here that if the chair of the Northern Mayoral Forum be the spokesperson for the regional deal program on behalf of the region, Northern Regional Council amended that to be the chair of the Joint Regional Economic Development Group, JRED, which is currently Councillor John Busich. I have had a text that Whangarei District Council also amended their resolution as well to change it to the chair of JRED. The mandate for our regional deals is sitting with our JRED committee, so it made sense that the chair of the JRED should be the spokesperson. If I'm being honest though, we're all the spokespeople for Northern Region when it comes to regional deals. So I think we may as well change ours to suit what our other two councils have done, because that's going to end up being what it is anyway.
In blood only, he's not going to start talking about on-site septic tank systems and his sharesies.
No.
Excellent.
No, actually, just so there is an ad hoc committee. I can speak to this. Just want to emphasise some real critical things. We're agreeing to do this or not. We've been invited, so do we do it? That's the decision being made. The second one is agreed to collaboration with the 3 other local councils and NRC. So it's 4. If we don't agree to that, we have no deal. It's really critical that that came through from government. And the rest of you, I'll take it as agreed. One other I might add, approve the registration for the associate. There is actually a different, he approves that the next amendment to the Joint Regional Economic Committee in terms of reference as provided. So what's happening there is this is giving a little bit more powers to the Joint Regional Economic Development Committee to do this piece of work. It's a great opportunity. The local government of New Zealand has been pushing for city deals. Government has listened, and they are offering councils, directors all, to put forward the proposal up to 5. Thank you, Roger.
I'm just going to be a bit of chair and go back to Councillor Court. You'd finished as mover.
I just wanted to highlight by the Chief Executive that while I appreciate this comes at no cost, there is a cost in terms of staff resources, and I am particularly mindful that a lot of work now needs to be done between now and February, and I got that because I caught up with Paul Linton on Tuesday night. Running out of my lane here, but the workload at the moment is huge on our staff. We're coming to the end of the year and everybody is tired. I don't know how you're going to allocate the FTE, which is, according to Paul Linton, about 30% of one FTE to do the work that's needed to supply the information. I just wish to signal that I don't want to see any more pressure on any of our staff. I don't know how to word that any other way.
Okay, through you, Kate. I'm confident we can cover the resourcing for this. I'm very supportive of this initiative. We initiated this discussion some months ago by tabling a framework for regional deals. We were just to start the discussion. Roger and I worked on that. We tabled it, it must be 2 months ago. Yeah. We are keen to be proactive and collaborate with councils in the region, and we'll cover the resourcing as required. I'm not sure it's as onerous as Paul may have indicated, but I'm certainly supportive of Paul coordinating this, and we'll be leaning on North Lending resourcing as much as possible to make this happen. The only other thing I'd add is that we tabled this agenda item with Te Kauaka yesterday, just for information purposes, and that was significantly discussed and debated there. My point to my fellow CEs in sort of getting underway with this initiative is that we need to not forget about consultation with iwi and Hapu, and also with the private sector. Sponsorship.
I'm going to go to Deputy Mayor Stratford, and then with my speaking order, I've got Councillor Udley, jump again, Councillor Halkyard Harawira, and then Councillor Kelly.
I support the change in the chair that we're doing.
If I could ask you to speak, please.
Sorry. I'm tired. I'm screwed. I support the change in the chair that we're doing, but I think that we need to have some discussion around what happened yesterday at Te Kauaka. Their resolution that Te Kauaka agreed to establish a regional deal steering committee to ensure the principles of Te Kauaka in alignment with Te Tiriti and working with iwi and Hapu partners are upheld. They agreed to that chair recommendation. They noted the regional deal proposal, but they really wanted to send us a strong message that they don't support central government's regional deals framework. And what they meant, if I'm correct, is that they didn't like that we had to be forced into, a regionalised approach with our cousin councils that may not approach working in partnership with iwi in particular. And have the same priorities as our district. However, I think I want us to carry on the path of regional deals. Roger has sent us an email highlighting that Harry is on the working. There's some form of governance of this that Harry Burkhardt is actually on, but he never mentioned it yesterday. So, you know, I don't.
So you're still in support of this motion for our council? Thank you. Councillor Huddle.
Cool, just to protocol what Kelly, Councillor Stratford said, to introduce what came out of this. Was a long discussion in Te Kuaki yesterday, very long, and that incorporation of iwi as partners, and that they be part of the steering committee. So and also protocol the change of the to JREC chairperson.
Sure, we'll go Councillor McNally, then Councillor Foy.
Yeah, just page 391, the Minister of Local Government's letter. He says, invite to submit a regional deal proposal. Then says, deals will focus on delivering connected and resilient infrastructure, building economic growth, improving supply of affordable housing. He goes on in about paragraph 4, we're looking for simple in-house proposals supported by readily accessible information. So that covers off the resourcing issue. And then each proposal should identify 3 to 5 key infrastructure priorities or projects for the regions, which clearly show how they boost regional economic growth or unlock growth for housing. We've got to be clear, or one way we'll grab them.
Mm-hmm.
So if you haven't already got it sorted, get it sorted. And so that was my commentary. I think the resourcing covered, very clear what we need to do. But my concern is this step 1 to a unitary authority?
Yes.
Yeah.
Councillor Foy.
I just had some questions for staff about this, primarily based on that letter from the Minister on 391. So the first.
Just a little bit louder, please, Councillor Foy.
Sorry, I'll speak out. So the questions are for staff. This it's saying it's based on a 30-year vision within 10-year strategic plan. And then it says negotiated 10-year strategic plan. So we're relying, based on this recommendation, on Northland 8, that represents all 3 councils and regional council, to put forward this vision for us.
No. Councillor John Visich is chair of the Joint Regional Economic Development Committee, and his fellow committee members who are elected members are going to.
So Part C here says, approve Northland Inc. as the lead organisation.
I mean, they're going to be signing it off.
Okay, so the process that we would have our feeder from our district to Northland Inc. is through John and Penetoe and Moko to send our messages so that Northland Inc. can include our vision. And the spokesperson for it will be John as the chair. Okay, I just want to get clarification on that. The reason I bring that up is, and probably part of the reason that I brought in this local produce, is we had Northland Inc. come here maybe 2 weeks ago, and they did a presentation on the primary sector for our district. And they didn't even differentiate what the advantages were or not for different soil types or different climates for our district. They had only focused on peanuts and kaipara, and then we gave them the NIWA map that showed them the climate and why we're the first in New Zealand to grow sweet corn and melons and watermelons. There wasn't any comprehension or understanding that was provided for the climate of the soils that NRC have. It actually gave the advantages or disadvantages of why we should put in water projects, for example, like Kaikoes in the Kaikoes. So I'm wanting to highlight this because that made me really question what Northland Inc. what their decisions are, what their vision is for the district, and how they can help our district. So I think some more discussion on that would be really great, and I'm really happy that Penetoe there to feed in our whakaaro, our ideas to this process.
Thank you. We're going to go to Councillor Larkin and then Councillor Kliskovic.
Just a couple of questions to start. Was there a business case provided by the Minister or anyone to provide any teeth as to why we need this deal?
Through the chair, the material that's been provided is what we have. So there is the framework that's forward, and then the letters that we've received as the plan.
Councillor Kliskovic. Oh, sorry.
So there was no business case, no stats, no numbers done, just a letter.
It's a take it or leave it.
Yeah. Can you confirm?
Correct. There's a framework that was forward for this, and then there was the material we've seen provided.
Kapai, do staff have sufficient time to prepare our case and send back before the 18th December or 28th of February 2025?
Through the chair, the first response back is simply that we want to enter into a deal. So that's what's been drafted by the operational group, which is representation from all the councils. The work that's going to go on to the light touch proposal with the 3 to 5 projects has already commenced, and we're getting that. So we're doing up work across the councils. So the staff from each council putting in various parts of that. The work that I see on there is actually going to be bringing it back to the councils and getting an agreement that that's the 3 to 5 projects that that work's underway, and we're progressing as fast as we can. The conversation that's been going on at the operational level is how we're going to bring it together across the council states level. Not so much pulling it together.
Thank you. Does the direction by the Minister take away from staff their BAU?
BAU.
Business as usual.
Does it mean, is it
what we've forecasted in our, what we're currently going through in our annual plan and our LTP?
Yeah. I think because of the slice of light touch approach, as an not trying to understand them following the proposal for every single region of the country, that the go into it, we're not seeing the significant amount of work at this point in time. I think because what we're looking is progress of this has been the leading agency with support from the other councils that we've got. Yeah, but a number of people across the councils and also so we are making commitment to it. We're meeting on a regular basis and hold ourselves. So that is work, but I don't see it.
Is it additional?
Well, all I'll say is that the regional deal proposals being put forward, it's no different from the words it's been put forward. Another group needs to come at us.
Given that we have in the recommendation part F and for that to have the spokesperson, which would be council of usage added to it, regardless of that, does that still mean that we only have 25% of a voting right when it comes to our regional economic deals? So regardless of if we decide to have council of usage as our spokesperson, that doesn't give us any more money than the other councils. So we still have 25% voting right or speaking rights when it comes to getting something over the line, just to make sure that we don't continue to be the poor cousins of the north.
I can't speak to
I think that he also has casting.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is that
nothing is going to happen without consensus across all the tables in any case.
And CEO actually spoke to this, but just to confirm, so staff or FNDC, have we been financially or will we be financially supported if there's anything that we haven't forecasted for in this program? Will we be supported financially to ensure that we don't go underwater? Because the other day we were talking, I did this big spiel yesterday, but we talked about the annual planning and, you know, our rates increase or our rates decrease and cutting services and cutting jobs and all that sort of stuff. So what I'm trying to say is that we're getting all this direction from central government all good, but show Uncle the money.
No, there's no money in it.
Yes.
But there could be regulatory and legislative change to make things better. In my humble opinion, Councillor Rakina, I agree with everything you're saying, but the potential pros outweigh the resourcing costs for this initial part of things. So I want to give it a push because there could be some cool things. We get in a codified written memorandum of understanding between Northern Region and central bloody government.
Last one. Can you confirm that iwi and hapu, hakaputanga and te tiriti are included in the process of this deal? Yes or no?
No. Councillor Kliskovic.
But it was something that got decided a long time ago, and they wanted to identify a product that had a value add, that essentially made contact with a guy who had a peanut manufacturing company who was Pix, and that's why they decided to do it. They wanted to know if there was any commercial ability to scale it commercially here in the north, and so that's why they chose those sites. And I think when we had all that inclement weather, bad pour down of rain, a lot of those sites suffered. So they didn't want to end on that note, so they had another go. And that's kind of where we're at the moment. Kia ora.
Who else to try out here next?
Councillor Court, right of reply?
Yes. I am not in the least bit worried that we're the poor cousin. You know, right now we are sitting in the solar capital of New Zealand. Kaitaia produces in excess of 32 megawatts of electricity. Put that into perspective, Napa produces 57. The Northland Corporate Group have put forward a proposal for an energy bridge. It is really exciting, and what I'd like to do is ask through you that we invite Northland Corporate Group to come and talk to us about how this will be a game changer for Northland. We can produce more electricity than we need. We can export it to Auckland. We could even have our own in the cloud system based here in Kaitaia, because they are huge consumers of electricity and they take about 100 megawatts to operate. And that is the future of where we're going globally. Once we've got the energy self-sufficiency up here and we can export it, we're already punching above our weight. Add that to the work that's going on in the port and the roads. Northland is on the cusp of transformational change. It is a really exciting place to be. So let's embrace this opportunity. Don't make our staff burn the midnight oil, but I'm quite confident that we'll be having a different conversation by the second quarter of next year. So it's exciting. Let's move on.
Thank you. With that, we'll put it to a vote. All in favour say aye. Aye. Those opposed? Aye. Councillor Rakina, Councillor Radic opposed? Any abstentions? That is carried. Now, before I release you all to go for lunch, I want you to have a look at your agenda. What's this thing you called? Contents. We when we come to going to item 7.12, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 more items on this. If you have specific questions or commentary or just want to have a yarn with your mates about the certain things, do that during lunchtime. When you come back, you're ready to go. We're going to be running the ship tight with standing orders. If you have any specific points you want to make, then you make them. But use this lunchtime opportunity to make sure you know your stuff from your agenda and the questions and what you want to articulate.
I've just got these A3 colour copies that I've kept at home of the Kaitaia Concept Master Plan and the Kaitaia Centre Retail Strategy. these are the colour original copies. So just like just to look at that, it gives context to the PX items we're going to discuss this afternoon. So I'll leave it here.
Group Manager Actors. That is in PX, so we're not going to discuss it now, but we're happy to discuss that during lunchtime.
Yeah, on the back of the workshop at the copies today, we've got an updated the comment that is updated that we can run a home with that now.
Yes, please. Please. For lunchtime. And with that, I will call us for lunch. We are going to be back in here and I'll be banging the patu for us to get started at 2 o'clock. Go to town, spend some money in town for lunch.
2 o'clock.
Yeah, I'm with you.
And welcome back to our council meeting. We will be on item 7.12, the submission on the Treaty Principles Bill. And I have an alternate motion that has been moved by Councillor Rakina and seconded by Councillor Haukia Harawira. The motion is that the Whānau District Council A strongly opposes the Treaty Principles Bill. B makes a submission to the Justice Select Committee outlining the Whānau District Council's strong opposition to the bill. C, delegate the Mayor and the Deputy Chair of the Te Kuaka Committee to give a verbal submission to the Justice Select Committee to support Council's written submission. And D, delegate authority to the Mayor and the Deputy Chair of the Te Kuaka Committee to approve the final wording of the Council's written submission. Now, and then there are notes for inclusion in the draft submission. I'm just checking that staff have received those notes as well.
Received this morning, the draft submission before we get the table. Doesn't include that.
Can we please circulate that? I will read it, but I also just want commentary. I don't think we need D. D's giving me all this power in the world that I don't feel I need to have to approve the final wording of Council's written submission. Right. Councillor Larkin and Councillor Harawira, are you happy for me to remove D? Hi. Notes for inclusion for the draft submission. For the introduction that the Whānau District Council, the Whānau District Council begrudgingly appreciates the Justice Select Committee for the opportunity to submit on the Treaty Principles Bill. However, it is noted that it has already been signalled that the bill will not be supported. There's a typo there. Not be supported by a majority at its second reading and is causing division as well as wasted time, energy and resources for a process that has a dead end. Whānau District Council submitting an opposition to the bill and recommend the committee carefully consider the potential impacts and consequences this proposal could have. It includes something about the fact that we workshopped this yesterday and a recommendation, and I think that you've used Napier City Council's recommendations, and that is that we implore that the bill is taken no further. But we'll circulate that. I'll go to Councillor Rakina as mover to speak to the motion. I'll wait for the end of Councillor Haukia Harawira.
As you all know, we had a hikoi late of last month, which started in Te Rerenga Wairua, ended up in Poneke. An amazing hikoi, but really an expression of opposition to this Treaty Principles Bill. So I would just like councillors to see that it's not just a few Māori activists who think like this. It's quite a wide variety of people from all cross sections of the community, as well as Pākehā and Pacifica. So we had a big discussion about this, and also our iwi partners in Te Kuaka pretty much trying to fight this on every level. They've got the Iwi Chairs Forum have people who are full-time just writing submissions to every single thing that comes up that diminishes our rights as under the Tiriti o Waitangi. So I'd just like to put forward these this kōrero that's here. I'm going to do a submission anyhow, and I don't rely on this council, but it is important that the council leads this. My mokopuna are putting in submissions, so there's a big drive amongst the community right now to submit lots and lots of submissions, but it's really important that the council, like all the others, do put forward submissions. And if you've been watching any of the select committee hearings, there's so much opposition, but there's also those who favour it as well. I don't want to represent them. They've got their own view, which is Maori stay in your own place. So I think this is self-explanatory. Māori Dim are in huge opposition to this bill, and yeah, that's all. Tēnā no, kia ora.
Any commentary or questions from other members? Councillor Rakina.
Just for me, I feel like I've been repeating myself in this whole meeting and the other meetings that we've been having, but just a reminder, it's already steeped within council and it's already caused huge disruption. Councillor Halkard Harawira talked about the heat buoy that was held, I think it was the 11th of March and arrived in Oneke around 18th, 19th of 11th of November to the 19th of November. That was attended by well over 50,000 people, and that's not just Māori, that's Pākehā, they had Asian groups that attended, they had Tangata Pasifika, all religions, all races, all backgrounds who came together to support. So an opposition of this treaty principles bill, so it continues to be divisive, and it hasn't, Te Tiriti hasn't even had the chance to grow in its full capacity as to what the rangatira who signed back in 1840 had envisioned. And like I said early on, it just happened to turn out a bad deal for the Crown, and that's how we've just ended up here today. But just to my colleagues, think about it when you vote on this, is that do the right thing, be on the right side of history. Don't look to abstain. If you're abstaining, then it really just shows that we're not sending a clear message that as an organisation we oppose the treaty principles bill. And if you don't know anything much about he hakaputanga and te tiriti or waitangi, then I encourage all of us, or for those who know nothing about it, who are unsure about, don't be scared of it. Pākehā, it's just been ongoing for far too long. Māori succession doesn't equal Pākehā suppression or oppression or colonisation. It just means that we're trying to catch up after 184 years. So just encourage my colleagues when it comes to the voting time, be on the right side of history, do what your heart's telling you to do, not what your voters are telling you to do. Kia ora.
Kia ora, thank you. Just a commentary before we go to the vote, just highlighting the fact, and it's there in the background, that this bill doesn't have support in our House of Representatives beyond the select committee process. Only the ACT Party have signalled that they will be voting for it at its second reading, and that a number of councils are considering their own submissions today, and our staff have used other submissions that they've sourced from other councils as well. And with that, we'll put it to a vote. Oh, sorry, didn't you shift it?
I just wanted to start with a quick turnaround based on our feedback that we gave in the workshop yesterday. And yeah, my colleagues for the addition.
Yeah. We'll put it to a vote. Oh, sorry, Councillor Boyd.
In terms of Te Tiriti Waitangi and the fact that we have Waitangi Day in our district every year, I just want to highlight as a council, if staff can please prioritise having accommodation for us so we can attend, because I think as a council that would be really powerful politically for us in our district. And the reason that a lot of us that don't live near there, that we can't attend is because it takes so long to drive there and there's such huge traffic. So can we have feedback about allowing us to be by the council?
I have catch up with democracy services staff, among other stuff, in the morning tomorrow, and I'll follow that up myself for them.
And I just want, because I want to highlight politically, all of the parliament comes to us. And this is one opportunity that we have them all there coming to us for the week. So huge opportunity for our council.
Sure, thank you, Councillor Boyd. We have the GDs have put up the alternate motion. It's been moved and seconded. All in favour say aye. Those opposed, vote by division. Deputy Mayor Stratford. Councillor Ford. Councillor Boyd.
Favour.
Councillor Haukia Parawira. Councillor Kapone. Councillor Kleskovic. Councillor McNally. Aye. Councillor Radic. Councillor Rakina. Aye. Councillor Vucic. Aye. I'm in favour. We just double check Councillor Kappa and Councillor Kleskovic. Thank you. Just all right, that's passed. Okay, one down. How many did I say? 13 to go. Let's go. Item 7.13. Oh, 7.13. Look at that. Adoption of the final holding statement of intent. It's on page 418. It has been moved by Councillor Vucic. If I could get a seconder. Councillor McNally. Councillor Vucic.
Thank you, Fred.
Councillor McNally.
Page 4 and 9, it says in the first paragraph there that once adopted, it's maintained the site for a period of no less than 7 years. How often is it reviewed? Every year?
Charlie, how often is this reviewed? Councillor, anyone else? Sorry, give me a Oh, sorry,
Now, there's a few things. I just want to go with some of the things that have occurred over the last 2 years. They say they seek to align with Whānau District Council's long-term plan. They grow, I'm not sure about the grow asset values. Shouldn't we be into debt reduction? Develop and maintain regional infrastructure and assets. I didn't know that we were looking after regional infrastructure. They talk about achieve a sustainable and commercial returns for a combined asset portfolio. What percentage is the target? Do we have a KPI on that? And they talk about on the page 426, they talk about SO performance measures are based on known projects, confirmed funding, other investments. Do we have KPIs and timeline before and after? I just don't think there's enough in here about how we actually monitor what they're up to. Decisions which seek prior approval. This is one of the things we've had a problem with in the past. And for any decisions which commit Whānau District to future provision of funding, any divestment of assets identified by Whānau Holdings as strategic regional, you'll know the things I'm talking about. They talk about page 427, return profit to FNDC by dividends. Is there any penalty if they don't achieve it? Scope of requirements for measuring carbon footprint. What is it currently? I just don't think we have a lot of baseline information about how we might for this. I can go on, but I think you get to my point.
Staff commentary from you, Charlie or Guy? Or
I'll make a couple of comments through you, Kate. The letter of expectations process and the statement of intent is inexact science. We can't specify down to minute detail what we expect or what Whānau Province CCTO will deliver. That is to do with the fact we've set up a CCO for a reason. Implied in that is that they have some independence in their operations and they have obviously independent governance, so they are somewhat arm's length from council. So, like I said, I think it's an inexact science exactly how you specify what they're doing and how you control it. Where we've got very much better is in our communications and our transparency with Whānau Holdings, with our governance to governance meetings, and with our regular quarterly reporting. I'd also say that this
there was a misstep by Charlie on this, so this is being tabled late. It should have been adopted some time ago. So apologies for that. We will be reviewing and doing this process again in February and starting again with another SOI. We'll be honing in on quite a few issues and trying to tighten up that letter. So this is a placeholder.
No, I missed one of those reviews. And the last thing then relates to the board membership. We've got 2 that expire end of May 2025. Need to advertise early. We've failed on that. And then under 5, shareholder informed on significant events and issues. Can we remind the board of that requirement? Their governance requirement as board directors and independent review of board performance. How often are we doing that?
Well, we've just done one. I don't think we want to do it every year.
I know that, but
be more proactive in our feedback to the board and monitoring.
no, it says periodically, so we could do it again every quarter. We'll do it every another 100 years.
We'll do it informally every quarter. Charlie, do you have anything to add?
Thank you, guys. Mr. Mayor. We are, it was a misstep in terms of the process. We are partway through this year. And I think for highlighting that in terms of the process, we are within the time frames under the LGA, so there are no concerns there. But just with regard to comments that have been brought forward, Guy has been working, I've been working with Guy very closely with regard to Barnett Holdings. It was identified to the Board of Risk and Finance Committee and the council granting Barnett Holdings their credit line for access to LGA. That we will be reviewing all of the reporting requirements, covenants, etc., and setting clear expectations going forward while maintaining that arm's length boundary that Guy to. So at an operational level, I think hopefully with the finance director at Barnett Holdings, and we've had positive feedback from the directors for the council.
Thank you. I'll be voting in favour, but it's just a few things I thought. Hearing.
I've had 2 in favour. Deputy Mayor Stratford, if you are also in support of this, then I'll ask for someone who isn't. Yeah. But I'll pass over to you. I also have Councillor Foy, Councillor Hauki and Harawira in the links.
Yeah, I'm in favour of this, and I just wanted to acknowledge that we workshopped letter of expectations and we had a rough outline of what the statement of intent would be November and August last year from memory. And we've also had a couple of governance to governance for you, which has been really helpful for building that relationship and really, putting them under the thumb so they understand what we really desire from them. The quarterly reporting this triennium has been actually happening, like in the last term. We were hardly seeing anything, and it wasn't for Barnett Holdings that they were sending information, but for some reason it just wasn't getting to us. So I just want to thank Charlie for making sure those reports are coming to us. And Guy, for what's happening with Barnett Holdings. You've got an intimate relationship with their ins and outs, and I feel really confident with where we're at. But that's really terrible term. Where we're at with Barnett Holdings this term. So thank you, Charlie and Guy. And total for what Steve said about the independent review of the board for the previous 7 years, that they were so reluctant to have reviews. So we need to make sure that we do it, but it doesn't have to be every year, but we need to make sure that the next council that are sitting around this table don't lose sight of things like that, and that's up to you guys to make sure that happens.
We will continue to work on that. I think the appointments committee, we need to consult with on the directors coming up for renewal next year. And generally I'm very happy that we made a lot of progress and the Barnett Holdings are under no illusions as to what we can do to help them.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there 3 speakers support Councillor Foy to speak? You are going to speak against the motion.
No, I'll say that.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Hauki and Harawira. Would you like to speak against the motion? No. All right, then we will put that to a vote. All in favour say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed to abstentions. That is carried. We'll now go to item 8.1 on page 434. Report on the inaugural State of the Farm Walk address. I suppose I'll move this. I'll get a seconder. Thank you for this report to come through, Ruben. Were there any questions for Ruben? All right, we'll put it to the vote. All in favour say aye. Aye. Those opposed to abstentions. Okay. We'll go to item 8.3 on page 458. Our Mayor and Councillor reports. Just find it. It's been moved by Councillor Research, and I know that we're tabling his, which is in front of me somewhere. Thank you, Councillor Research, and I will second.
Apologies for being late. I didn't see that.
Wasn't there.
You'll be there, yeah.
I am going to go to Councillor. No, I'm not, for the sake of time. I just do want to highlight for my own report is that I've included some of our Mayor's Task Force for Jobs stuff. This is stuff I get through, and normally it's always good, but I actually think it's equally important to highlight to you all until we have a better BAU framework around Mayor's Task Force for Jobs reporting, when it also is highlighted that it's not. And you'll see that in our most recent meeting with our national Mayor's Task Force for Jobs group. You'll see I was naughty and I missed 2 of the mayoral comments in my reports. So that won't happen again. But also finances, we got some traffic lights. We're working on, well, I'm getting specific KPIs around Mayor's Task Force for Jobs to make sure that we, so see this, I have had meetings with the national group for Mayor's Task Force for Jobs. They were highlighting this, but no one is actually concerned. I think that those will be green now. So just wanted to, I'll make sure that we've got a better framework of reporting back, probably to maybe. But that was all from my way. Councillor Raki.
Yeah, kia ora, Kahika. I just, I'm not too sure if I'll remember some of the kaupapa that I've attended since the end of my report date, which is the 2nd of December through to February next year. So I just wanted to get a couple of them added, probably not to this, but maybe noted. So on the 3rd of December, myself, Councillor Halkia Harawira and Councillor Babe Kapa attended the Crown's official offer to Ngāti Rehia for the return of Kororepo Park at Ngāti Rehia Pitiora, and also appreciate support from Te Hono staff of their kaupapa. 7th of December, the North, I had my North Hokianga Writing Committee hui. That was the last one for the year. We've set our dates for next year, the first one to be held at Koro Mātihe. 7th of December, attended the wānanga at Waipuna Marae for Te Waiariki, Ngāti Manawa Kai Tūtai. 8th of December, attended the Hine Raumati Festival or Krihimete Festival in Kaio with Kahika Moko Tepania. Just so happens to be that we're both from Whangaroa, so lucky we actually went out there, else our aunties and uncles would have had us for Christmas. 10th of December, Te Pātukuria, Kirikiri, Waipapa Spatial Planning. 10th of December, Annual Plan Workshop. 10th of December, interview with Te Karere. 11th of December, Te Puaka Te Ao Māori Committee hui. Following that was the sign, before that was the signing of our MOU with Ngāti Rehia, the first in our triennium. 11th of December as well, Te Kuaka Workshop on Whenua Māori, and the last one was Te Kuaka Workshop on the Treaty Principles Bill. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Councillor Research, right to reply?
I'm good.
Put it to a vote. All in favour say aye. Aye. Those opposed to abstentions, that's carried. We'll go to item 8.4 on page 500. 500.
I'll move.
Moved by Councillor McNally, seconded by Councillor Rakina. Councillor McNally.
Page 502. This refers to the setting of the temporary speed limit for Russell catchment. I moved that initially just for the Auks Road, so Agiato to Russell, because it's part of the walking trail and it was looking at safety. One of the reasons I voted against the item 7 in on page 68 earlier. Because we didn't need to spend the money on the entire catchment. We had to do with that little portion, and we could save ourselves a lot of money, including replacing signs that get wrecked. What was it, 21,000 for the Barb Islands block? So I'm just concerned about that. But that there is part of the review we need to look at when we go back to those 4, 6, what was it? 4, 6, 7, 8. 6, 8, 9, whatever it was, yeah. Second one is the Kerry Turner Centre subcatchment. It says here, 4th of December, this project did not receive NZTA funding. Another item that we could look at under the funding available on that unsubsidised work if we wanted to. And the last one on that one at the same page, 503, relates to reducing speed limits around a couple of beach access points. That's why I wanted some more information relating to 68, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, whatever it was. And I think that was all I had. You'll be pleased to know.
Councillor Akina. Deputy Mayor Stratford.
The 6-month period of the Porowarika placemaking project on the Strand has started, and I just want to congratulate the community on the project. And yeah, look forward to feedback at the end of that trial period.
We put that to a vote. All in favour say aye. Aye. Those opposed or abstentions, that is carried. We're now going to go to supplementary report, which doesn't have a number. That's this one. What is one? Now, 8.1. No, it shouldn't be called 8.1. I will move this, but I'm going to put something.
Is that the one that was emailed last night, this morning?
We don't have a hard copy. Do we?
No, see that one.
It's okay, I've memorised it.
I haven't read it. I didn't get time until 7 minutes past 9 last night. I haven't read it. I'm going to withdraw for this item.
Did anyone read it?
Yeah.
Do we have sufficient members who are comfortable enough with continuing with this, or do we leave it to lie? Leaving it to lie is not going to change anything unless we've got commentary from Mary, or is Tanya still online? Leave it to lie.
Through you guys. So obviously this follows on from the workshop we had 2 weeks ago. It's about just acknowledging the options that we intend to consult on. If you recall, the workshop, the 5 options that are available to us through Local Waters Done Well, which was essentially status quo, council CCO, combined CCO, or there were 2 categories of trust structures. I asked the infrastructure group to get this report up for a late item to this council meeting, just so we could be in agreement on the 3 options that we will consult on next year. And that is subject to us doing a further workshop in late January or early February to just give more detail on those options. So the options being, actually this was your suggestion, Kaika, was that we added the single council owned water organisation to the list. So the intention is to consult on 3 items. 1, the internal business unit, status quo. B, the single council water owned organisation, and C, the multi-council owned water organisation, which we kind of undertaken to do to collaborate with the other councils in North. So not onerous, just wanted guidance and information. That's the game plan.
I'm going to actually move that we leave this to lie. Reason being, and I appreciate that we did have the workshop and there's not that much extra information in this, but this isn't a do or die report that has to be considered, and it's and I did agree to getting a late one. I didn't agree to it coming to our inboxes at 4 p.m. the day before a council meeting, following a committee meeting that finished at 4:30 p.m. and a meeting in Kaitaia the following day where we all had to also travel. So Okay, I did actually read this, but I don't know how much I've taken it in. It is one of the most important decisions this council is ever going to make. It's only a stepping stone decision in this paper, but I want to make sure that everyone is fully across it, has had time to read it before we consider it. So I'll move that we leave it tomorrow.
Sure.
Yes.
We need to start the consultation, and what date will the next meeting be to adopt what we're consulting on?
I'm guessing we would adopt at the February meeting. Consultation, it was intended to be.
Are we able to know what those dates are? And I get that Tanya's not here, but do we have someone, or can we call someone in who is intimate with what we need to do?
Chair, I'm not intimate with what we do, but for a short discussion, I agree all the time into teaching on that we can consult alongside the funding and process.
But we've got a report on it.
Oh, sweet.
So you're seconding all right. Any commentary about that? All right. So we're voting on leaving it to July. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed to abstentions, that is carried. I'm now going to move. What is that vote? Yes. I'm going to move second Councillor Vucic's resolution to exclude the public for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 items which are in the public agenda, the items and the reasons why they are being considered under public exclusion for those online. Put it to the vote. All those in favour, say aye. Well, sorry, it's not in the run sheet, so I don't have my wording. We're also going to included in that vote is allowing our community board chairs and our close deal to stay. Us, all those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed to abstentions, that's carried. And I'll get confirmation, please, when our live stream has been paused. We're going to go from one door stopper to a baby door stopper, yellow pages, and we're jumping into item 9.1 on page 5, confirmation of previous PX minutes. If I could get a mover, please. Moved by Councillor Vucic, seconded by Deputy Mayor Shepherd. Any commentary from anyone? So can we put that to a vote? All those in favour say aye. Those opposed to abstentions, that's carried. Go to item 9.2, facilities management swimming contract on page 11. On move by Peter Seconder. Mayor Stratford. Do we have Mandy or Trent to speak to? Hey, I have some concerns that when this is in the previous term when we took on this contract, and now it's sort of like fallen over unless we can come up with an extra 100 grand. Kia ora and welcome back. We've just come out of our public excluded section of our council meeting. We had a number of items on the table. Staff will be releasing a number of the resolutions that we made within there. Some will be staying in PX until contracts are awarded, at which time we will make them publicly available. Before I pass to Councillor Rakina to close us off with karakia, I'm just going to, because it's our last meeting of the year, and because I'm very proud of you all that we got through this whole bloody book and a half in time without having to resolve to carry on. I'm just going to open the floor if there are any specific Christmas messages or things of note that you'd like to highlight for the public, and I'll go to our Deputy Mayor, Kelly Stratton.
Namaki, thank you. I just wanted to share with everybody that it's been 25 years since the world famous Otobasa toilets were built in Kawakawa, and I wanted to acknowledge the work of Frederick and the relationship that he had with the shepherd whānau, namely Doug, and his wife Noma. Noma is not with us anymore, so usually the community would rally and have a celebration at this time of the year, so it's a lovely opportunity for me to acknowledge it at this Kaunihira Hui, where we are partners in that whare. We have a lot of money that goes towards those toilets, and they actually have heritage status. They get about 250,000 visitors a year and are a world-renowned attraction. So I just wanted to bring that up today. 25 years celebration. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hauke Harawira.
No, it's making a comment about Oro Mangamuka toilet probably could reach heritage status too.
We celebrate that they got a bit of a spruce up though.
Thank you, Thank you, Councillor Foy.
Next week, I think it is, we'll have our announcement for Mangamuka. So by next year, we'll have so much more time on our hands having state highway again. So yes, we'll be looking at those toilets by order, and tomorrow the airport. So very exciting time for us. Yeah, we'll be connected finally.
Thank you, Councillor Kleskovic. Thank you. In which case, I just want to thank you all for a crazy, crazy year. Wish you all a Merry Christmas to all of our people of the Far North. Thank you very much. Stay safe. And I'll pass to Councillor Rakina to close us off with cake.
Ka Māori tau, toi tū te whakaputanga, toi tū te te eti o waitangi, toi tū te mana Māori mo te ake. Haumi, huie,
Thank you. Now I'm going to steal